It's the first edition of our chess festival here in Formentera. We host the chess festival in Sitges. I think it's a special place because it's a unique location. We have very nice views, we have very nice beaches.
My experience here has been extremely nice. It's a perfect location to play chess. We are in a fantastic hotel here in the beautiful island of Formentera, which is paradise. And you can see even the beach from your balcony in your room. Tournament combines chess and holidays, and there are a lot of parallel activities. You can play ping pong tournament, you can play volleyball tournament.
For instance, we have seminars from different grandmasters and
chess master classes or chess conferences, and we also have a couple of blitz tournaments. Related to Spanish cultures. Our goal is always to have people have fun and have a chess holiday.
Yeah, this tournament is basically for everyone. It can be a professional chess player who just is very much focused at chess part, and the conditions are good enough to do that too.
I expect to play some decent chess at least, and yesterday I lost against Gustafsson, super grandmaster from India. But besides chess, I expect to have a lot of great moments and memories with my friends here in this beautiful island.
We have visited the island, which is an exclusive place, and I've heard a lot of stars are coming here to visit this island, and you can only reach by the boat to there. So we went there with other grandmasters. We played chess games there. It was quite an experience to play chess at the lovely island. For me, it's very important to have a good time, because when I have a good time, then my chess also goes nicely, and this tournament is also proof of that, and I hope I will today, because so far I've got some points, and also I enjoyed other activities here too.
So it's the perfect place to play chess.
It's the first edition of our chess festival here in Formentera. We host the chess festival in Sitges. I think it's a special place because it's a unique location. We have very nice views, we have very nice beaches.
My experience here has been extremely nice. It's a perfect location to play chess. We are in a fantastic hotel here in the beautiful island of Formentera, which is paradise. And you can see even the beach from your balcony in your room. Tournament.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000.
Oh, we're live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the fourth round of the Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival. My name is Gustafsson. I am speaking way too loudly, but that's because I'm so excited to be here with the great Peter Svidler, the 8-time Russian champion, a man with a keen enough fashion sense to combine a red polo shirt with a sand jacket, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a big round. We have some marquee matchups. Aravind is playing Yu Yang Yi. Others. Peter, are you as fake excited as I am?
Even faker, yeah.
That's perfect.
Today we finally see some really high-level clashes that we were promising for the last 3 days. 2,600 players are playing against 2,700 players or thereabouts on the first boards. We have 19 people on 100%, so I wanted to introduce a new segment into this very exciting show.
Please. 1,900?
No. I wanted to put you on the spot and ask you, we have 19 people on 100%. How many we will have after today?
10.
That's, I'll take the under, but in all seriousness though, give me a number.
Okay, let me do the math, one of my skills. The thing is, people, once they start playing the good opponent, the stronger opponents, often they're a little gun shy and they settle in. We might see some draws. So I'll go with 4.
Yeah, that sounds like a good bet. I'll go. Yeah, I mean that is a very good number, but I can't take it now that you've taken it. So let's go with 5. Let's pretend I'm an optimist, because like 3 really sounded like the way not to repeat your number, but I'll take 5. Some interesting matchups there, and in particular a matchup we would have been attracted to anyway, but we were additionally attracted to it because we met the 2 young men, well, one of the young men in question on a walk today, and I asked Andrei Yesipenko who he was playing, and he's playing. He's in that spot where he's on 2.5 out of 3 and being upfloated against somebody on 100%. And this is not a game between 2 people on 100%, but still, it's a kind of a interesting pairing there. Andrei Yesipenko playing against an Indian player rated, I believe, 1,800 even sharp, which is not something you see very often. 1,801, actually, I'm lying.
The math doesn't add up to me. Like, obviously, this is not your average 1,800 player. I think he beat 3 strong title players so far in this tournament. How can you be 17-year-old, clearly very strong chess player, and have 1,800 and your rating didn't go up? Like, if it was 10, I would understand.
Yeah.
But 17?
It's
what happened there?
It's very unusual. I looked at the rating chart while we were waiting for the round to start, and it seems like Kushal spent the more or less the entirety of 2021 being rated 1,500 and not really moving.
So he just started chess.
Yeah, maybe he just picked up. Like it's a very,
now he's crushing title players.
Yeah, it's a very strange chart. I think I have it somewhere. Very, very unusual chart, to be honest, but will be interesting to watch because unusual things do provide for interesting talking points. And yeah, there you have it, kind of a flat 1,500, and then this year he started climbing, and obviously still the K40 coefficient does help with the climb quite a bit. Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Very strange, chat. Very strange. We shall also, or I shall follow one match. Peter doesn't care. But between two people I know well, very closely, Frederik Swane. This is, I'm not sure if I can say a German player because he's technically Danish. I think he has a Danish passport, but he lives in Lübeck in Germany and has been brought up in the German chess system, the famous German school of chess. And he's the younger brother of Rasmus Swane, who's also an established 2600 Grandmaster. Frederik recently finished school. He's, for German standards, a very promising young rising player. And he seems like a good kid. Normally, I prefer it if they're at least horrible people and you can hate them.
Well, but
they don't have the social skills that I have. That's why they're good at chess. But he seems nice.
Yeah. Well, for that, you can use the player playing the black pieces in this game, right?
Jordan, yeah, he's a horror. So that much is established, but we can't keep coming back to that every single day.
Can't
the price he paid. Price. Was it worth it, Jordan?
Yeah. How is that portrait of a 2470 hanging in the attic?
I don't understand. Is this like smart reference? Portrait?
Yeah, okay.
Portrait of a Jordan on fire? What are we talking about?
Where
ignore the Dorian Gray thing. Peter, I haven't read any books.
You know the names of the books, so it's good enough, I think. I read books and then I no longer, like half a year after I've read the book, I can read it again, basically, because I remember the title and maybe the author. So I think we're in a very similar spot, frankly. It's just that it allows me I have a larger scope for pretending than you do.
So are you implying Jordan is forever young?
Absolutely.
They're playing the Caro-Kann, which, Jordan plays all kinds of openings. I'm not sure how regularly this one features in the mix, but he's one of these guys who doesn't really have a repertoire. He will just prepare for his specific opponent and then take it from there. Which
he actually mentioned that he was in the studio
he gave away
yesterday, I think, or maybe the day before yesterday, and he said exactly that he feels that one of his, I think he wasn't even talking necessarily about himself, but I guess it applies to him very well, that the preparation on the day is, in his opinion, a more valuable skill than building an overall solid repertoire and sticking to it.
He's wrong, of course. Don't listen to anything Jordan says. The first thing you should do, even before watching the show, is purchasing our courses, build a complete repertoire against the Grunfeld, and then you can just chill during the day like us. You can go for a nice lunch. You don't have to do any prep because you know everything already, since Peter Svidler taught you in his excellent Grunfeld videos that he had great pleasure working on, recording. So
absolutely,
we can't wait for more Peter Svidler Chessable courses.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, back to the Caro-Kann.
Yeah, there's already a question in chat, and since you absolutely lambasted me for not bringing up
telling
more,
me what they say.
Yeah. Why have White played Knight of 3 instead of Bishop f4? I honestly, it's a very solid question. I don't know how to answer it. Why is there a Knight on f3 in this game and not a Bishop on f4?
They started fiddling with the move orders here a bit. And obviously, Frederik knows that the main line is Bishop f4, Bishop g4, Queen b3, and so on and so forth. I've also seen people dabble with h3 here, but Knight f3 doesn't get played much because the common thinking is if you allow Bishop g4 without putting up any fight, then Black will be okay. So he must have something concrete up his sleeve because he works on his chess very seriously. It's not like he mixed something up, but I don't have an easy answer. I was brought up being told Fischer played Bishop f4, so
must you,
do that.
And so must you, yeah. h3, Bishop h5, and I thought maybe the idea is to drive the bishop away from let's say the d7 square and go Queen b3 here and try to justify it tactically somehow. But no, he just goes Bishop f4, and now, Queen b6, among other things. Do we just completely ignore it? Do we just start giving up material? I guess we do, Knight bc2 and
you're being ignored.
Yeah.
a3.
Yeah.
a3 looks a bit risky. Probably.
Yeah, this looks very
something
very
like this
risky.
is some home prep territory, which I have no idea what's happening, but I wouldn't want to find out against somebody's computer.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Black ignores it and goes e6, do we then play Queen b3? Are we actually trying to get what we would normally get just by a slightly different move order?
One point is that here you can't play queen d7, which is the main move in the other position. And I guess here it runs into knight e5. Because if you play the normal line, like here, the main move is queen d7. You can't go knight f3 yet because it gets taken. So you prepare with knight d2, and after e6, knight f3, or h3, bishop h5. Black is in time to play bishop d6, as far as I know, or I think takes in bishop d6. And this is not considered to be very much, depending where you start. People play this, but this is a solid line. Well, the move order he chose, he went knight f3 without spending a tempo on knight b2. So if this works tactically, then he deprived Black of the best option. Black could play queen c8, but that's considered to be a little...
No, I think an important question here is, can we go bishop f3, bishop g2? I've been trying to figure this out between 6, knight d7, and then rook somewhere. Yeah, g1, h2, I don't know. Yeah, bishop f3, I guess. Knight d2, bishop h5.
Who's better and why?
Yeah.
Probably White's better.
Yeah.
Bishop c7 to win, or rook c8?
Oh, we just, yeah, rook c8 does exist. Yeah, I thought we were the
a6. Looks like I'm close to picking
some stuff up. It could very easily just lose straight up for Black, yeah, because we just aren't developing quickly enough. But then it's a bit curious, because if e6 queen b3 cannot be met by any kind of conventional means, then maybe we would shift something.
Well, it's his point. He thinks about stuff.
Yeah. Hang on. Is it this gambit? Oh, e6 queen b3 bishop d6. Is this how they want that pawn here?
e7?
Yeah, you just go king f8 there. You go bishop f4 and king f8. I think I've seen this.
Seen this in the exchange Slav. It's somewhat similar. Here, new to me. Could very well be. That makes sense.
Yeah, because Black often gets a lot of play.
Everything we said is
completely relevant. Yeah.
Love that e6. He just goes knight b2.
But then it really doesn't feel like Black should be in any kind of trouble.
Your big point?
Yeah, I don't know.
Other than some people are just arguing the structure is better for White, like castles, queen somewhere, rook e1, knight e5, and build an attack, which in the old days I always thought Black was better here. If anybody is here, go for the minority attack, and how scary does it look on the king side. But having seen millions of bullet games, often from the London system, but where you get the same structure with the likes of Andrew Tang, just checkmating people by doing the same thing over and over and over again. I'm no longer so sure. It looks like White has some play here.
Yeah, we'll see. It does appear to be a somewhat minimalist approach to the structure, basically giving Black everything you are taught to hope for in this position. But yeah, you could still maybe be a little bit better, exactly as Jan just described. And yeah, Frederick seems to be perfectly satisfied with just playing this position.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the queen goes. Maybe it goes to e1 to play e5.
Yeah. Do we ever play bishop g6? Like, are we worried about doubling the g-pawns because then maybe some mating attacks become faster? Or like, what are you doing with the bishop on h5 here?
Well, either get rid of it or try to exchange it. So we start with castles and see what White does, and then react accordingly.
Yeah, we'll see. One to keep an eye on, but board one is very surprising to me. Like, this is a very, very unusual position, and honestly, a position I'd be extremely happy to get by move 5 with Black.
Bishop f4, bit of a rare move, but we've seen people play it. Magnus dabbled with this, beat Wesley So here. It's not determining the position of the knight yet. I'm preparing e3 with bishop out of the chain, but of course it feels a little premature. Bishop b4 check. Principal reply, luring this knight to d2. And now you have many moves. c5, d5. Yu Yang Yi plays knight to h5, hitting the bishop. And it just goes to g3.
And if the reply here is bishop g3, I think, I mean, for me, I'm already feeling sort of ecstatic about my prospects, but maybe it's just because I'm way over obsessed.
Why don't you go here? It's a bishop. Shouldn't we keep it?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a question I would be asking myself if I had this with White, because I don't like the bishop.
I guess you're worried about some f5, but how bad can it be?
Yeah, g3, bishop g2, maybe even knight h3 later. I don't know.
Yeah. I know it's a stylistic choice, but I'm also very surprised by the move. And I've just switched on the computer, so we have the bar. You can probably see it, but what's the first computer move in this position?
Sorry. I'm never gonna leave that. Like, no, please no. And honestly, now that I see it on my screen, yeah, like it's maybe a very good move, but like, come on.
The computer's choice here is bishop b4, back to f8.
This is fantastic.
Not a joke, not a typo. Wants to take and then go g6, bishop g7. It's saying it's a bishop, but it's sort of misplaced on b4. So let's bring it back. And this bishop doesn't run away. We're not committing. And I really hope that Yu Yang plays bishop f8. Actually, I'd be disappointed if he did.
Yeah. It's an obvious choice here. And if you spend more than 30 seconds on it.
I mean, I've seen this once in a while when the bishop gets attacked.
Yeah, at least wait for a3. Yeah.
No, we're going.
Yeah. So yeah,
back in the days in your Pioneer's Palace, if you had played bishop f8, would you have left a good impression?
You were probably not a student there anymore by the end of that day. I think you probably get expelled.
Do it.
Yeah, this
makes sense.
It really does make sense. Yeah, it's not really doing very much on e7. It will be driven away, and you're probably not very happy about taking on g2. And if you compare g7 and e7, you would much rather it was on g7. But still, like bishop f8 is just such a striking move here. It's amazing. Yeah.
We have other interesting matchups. We have Hans Niemann. You might have heard about him recently on whatever media that usually doesn't cover chess at all you consume. And he is playing against Vahap Sanal. Turkish. Is he a youngster? To me, everybody's a youngster. And they seem to have some debate there. Can you see that? That's communication.
Yeah, I also...
Is this like draw offers or...
Saw mention of this in chat. Yeah, that...
Sanal inspect Hans's king or what's going on?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but apparently they stopped the clock and talked, chat says. And yeah, I wouldn't really know why that would happen on move 3, you know.
Maybe just friendly chatter. How was your day? Let's stop the clock.
Very well, thank you, yeah. You got to have get the small talk out of the way before you can get to the serious business of playing the symmetrical G3 Grunfeld, which is, of course, something everyone leaves for.
Yeah, it is fun. We know one thing about Hans. He likes fun. Yes, that's what he's known for. And Sanal, yeah, I've seen him around. Just a good player. I'm not sure how quickly his rating jump is going, but it's certainly steadily going up. And yeah, we're just getting matchups between more evenly matched players today. Of course, 100 points is still an indicator, especially if the side with the extra 100 points is white. That's the favorite, but there's not going to be any free lunches today.
Internet seems to be telling me it's pronounced Chanal.
Chanal? Apologies.
Wasn't sure. Yeah, a very solid player, but not as young as some of the other participants in this tournament, but still not very old either. Let's put it like this.
I like that you described his age instead of telling us his age. It's not
24.
as young as others. It's not very old. Yeah, that's probably not really young in the chess world, but it's young to me. How old is Jorn? Is he 24 already?
No, can't be. No, I refuse to believe that. '23. Yeah, Kirill Alexeyenko is playing against Matthew Westworth today. They played in the Hello Open, which just finished prior to this tournament beginning, so a bit of a established relationship going on there.
Oh, wow. These are part of the traveling chess circuit. Where's Matthew Westworth from?
England, I believe. Or were you asking where in England?
No.
You weren't, but I'm still trying to do some research and not succeeding.
Surprised.
Yeah. Playing a bit of a slowish, racy type position, but they do become potentially quite interesting if black doesn't take on f3. If you take on f3, it gets much quieter, but there are some potentially very sharp positions which arise from bishop h5, c4.
Isn't there some fun theory here that I always forget? But e6, queen b3, or knight e5, or you do all kinds of things.
Here I think cd5, bd5, knight e5 is very critical, and
that's what the opponent she played.
I think I was possibly one of the earliest ones to play this. I think I played this against Karekin and Bike one year.
Apologies, that's what you played, and then Nepomniachtchi copied.
Yeah. And yeah, positions become kind of shockingly sharp considering how quiet it looks.
Also this, no? Here, and we give a check. Which I don't think is winning, but I was always aesthetically pleased with this. Putting the queen here and going knight h4. That doesn't win. Last time I checked.
That does not actually win, regrettably, despite being a very, very cute idea. But bishop takes a3 played by Matthew, so we will not see any of this. What's your like? Now we don't have to wonder, but
no, I'm never going e5. I'm old school. I'm putting that pawn on e6. There's a light squared unopposed bishop. I must keep all my pawns on light squares. I understand e5 is considered a good move here, but it looks wrong to me, just on instinct. What was the question?
That was exactly the question. Yeah, you've already.
Where do you stand?
I also think e6 is a better choice, but somehow every time I see people just play e5, and
yeah, they're normally fine.
And yeah,
the pieces come out. You have some space in the center. All right.
What else is there? Black is a full pawn down.
No.
By move at 10-ish, seemingly.
I think he's getting it back on e5. That's a theory.
Fair point. Yeah, this is a game of Morley Kartikeyan against Paul Velton, or potentially Felton. Always somewhat surprising to me when people who are this much ahead on rating wise choose to play the Rook E1 anti-Berlin for, I assume, for a win in round 4 of an Open, but I guess if that's your repertoire, that's your repertoire.
It's just the main line. People have some small idea there. It's not like you're winning by force. In the Berlin endgame or 4d3.
No, but I think, specifically, I think 4d3 does leave sort of more play compared to.
So that's 1g3. Where doesn't he do that?
Yeah. So
I'm not sure I'm making sense, but I think Rook E1, I understand the structure is sort of symmetrical, but I don't think, especially if you have an idea here, that it's necessarily less EV than playing 4d3, even as a rating favorite. That remains to be seen.
Yeah, I don't have a very strong opinion, but still, like, this is generally so dry and also so well researched. I think this is it's not just a very, very, a line of very small margins. It's also such a popular line at the very top level that you would expect almost any black player who has Berlin as a repertoire opening to.
Well, I see strong players loses all the time with black. It's not like it's clean, no? I mean, white has all these new ideas, put the pawn on t5, sacrifice the pawn with knight c3. Magnus made it look like a forced win against Gukesh. Gukesh stopped playing the Berlin because he kept losing a Rook E1 in their speed chess match. So I don't think it's that.
I'm sure
I get your point.
Yeah. I could, so
I just strongly disagree.
Fair enough. But yeah, the position with the pawn sacrifice I was talking about is in the game between Puranik and Krzysztof Sochacki, which was a Petrov, apparently.
I take black here. Bishop's good structure, t4 square. Looks like a marshal. Looks like a good marshal.
Looks like one of those like 95 anti-marshals that you get in all kinds of positions.
It's this line. Yeah, here you can sacrifice this pawn in all kinds of lines. Bishop d3 looks a bit dumb, but it has some points. They used to play queen e2 here. Even here you can go for this. You are a pawn up. But I do not care. He did it slightly differently. Rook e1 and Sacrificed it. C5, knight C6. I don't know. Looks fine for me.
Yeah. As someone who's looked at these types of positions quite a bit in my life, yeah, I also feel that it's not entirely empty. Of course, you can imagine scenarios where White eventually consolidates, perhaps manages to trade, I don't know, the bishop on C1 for the bishop on E7 somehow, and then you get pressure. But yeah, should be fine. To begin with, should be completely fine for Black. And
the thing is, Black doesn't have to do anything. You don't need to start a kingside attack or alter the pawn structure to get compensation for the pawn. You just have compensation, so you can make normal moves. You can exchange pieces. The floor is very high because you're normally not losing any endgame where you still have the two bishops against bishop and knight, let's say, and an extra pawn. So yeah, it's maybe better of taste, and White has a solid structure and a pawn up. I'm not saying White can't be better here or can't play this, but to a martial player, it's nice.
Yeah, looks completely fine, and a kind of an interesting and sort of pleasing new approach to, well, newish for me versus the bishop d3 line, which I think generally when White plays bishop d3, what they're trying to achieve is something similar to that game that Demchenko played yesterday, a kind of a spiritual relative to exchange French and
some rookie one Berlin.
Yeah,
there's a lot of dangers there. Yeah. So you're trying to get the same against the Petra.
Yeah, c3, bishop c2, d4, and you play that position where you're ever so slightly ahead on in development, maybe have a little bit extra space. And Black says no to all of that and says, yeah, I mean, I don't want to play those types of boring-ish positions. I would much rather have my bishop pair, have freedom in the center, open files, open diagonals for bishops, and let's go.
Way to go, Christoph. Let's see what we say when he's lost the pawn in game in 3 hours. But for now, we're fans.
Absolutely.
How's Yesipenko against Kushal?
Well, theory.
Of course. 1800s know their knight of theory. Looks like Yesipenko is choosing a sort of slow positional approach, not going for the jugular. This, is a passive-looking setup, but White stops d5 for good, and it's too subtle for me. Sometimes you see people going knight d1, knight f1, knight e3. Sometimes then the battle resolves around should Black sacrifice on c3. Too complicated for me, but sometimes you get this sort of stalemate position where White does all the moves he likes to make. Black also develops on either side, easily includes.
Yeah, is sort of firmly associated in my mind with, I think, two players who have done a lot of this on the White side. I think Zahar Yefimenko is one, and I think at some point Sergei Rublevsky also played a bunch of this with the White pieces. And I think I had it with Black against Zahar at least once. And I was impressed by how sort of slowly but potentially dangerous for Black it is to. I have tried it at least a couple of times with the White pieces as well. But I was never really able to, convince myself I'm better in these types of positions. They are difficult to play and do require very, subtle understanding of when to do what, which I didn't feel I had in my limited exposure to this line.
Adiban, not a man to worry that he lacks the subtle understanding needed for the position he plays. He just plays them and then he checkmates people.
Yes. That is a correct description. This is obviously on a bishop b5, e6 Rossolimo, which is a very sharp line, which I also tried at some point figuring out and just gave up very early on because
you like the subtle understanding needed?
Yes, absolutely. Was at some point a very serious topic in a World Championship match, was discussed at length in the Gelf and Tanan match in 2012. But
by at length, you mean twice?
At length.
Yeah, White can choose a million different setups. Actually, very grumpy today. Apologies for being so contrarian. It's not going to change. What I noticed recently, I was always taught d5 is a terrible move in all these positions. because you're weakening that c5 pawn. Why we play c4, b3, bishop a3, something, and pick it up. But then I see the likes of Magnus Carlsen, who probably has that knowledge available to him as well. Do it. Why?
Why exactly?
Be more constructive with your pawn moves. The standard plan is the one we see in the game, like knight g6, and often you go f6, bishop e7, and depending on what white does.
If allowed, e65 would be a good move, yeah, which is why you often see it being stopped as early as possible, and this is what we see in this game as well. H4, H5, and instantly E4, E5 played there by Aditya Samant. And yeah, black goes for an immediate attack. Yeah, and another thing they've started doing in the structures, right, is just going instead of trying to go for F6 breaks, they just play D6 in all kinds of positions here. Just
Magnus did this against Giri in a sort of similar position, and it's not pretty.
Yeah, accepting an incredibly ugly pawn sacrifice, structure, not sacrifice, in order to get the pieces out as fast as possible. I guess the plan would be to follow it up with e6, e5, with the inclusion of h4, h5 on the king side. You have a very beautiful g4 square for that bishop for the future and so on. But yeah, looks like if it doesn't work out, it will be quite painful for black, but people have been doing this.
Not Adiban. He goes queen c7. He's saying, please give me that pawn, sir. Didn't get the pawn. Queen e2. Pawn to f6. Then he's saying, let me undermine that pawn. Yeah. But Adiban, I don't know, he might be running into some prep here, and it might not be so pleasant.
Yeah, the position is definitely sort of fraught with danger, yeah.
I don't think it's bad.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's intending to play king f7 and asking to somehow. I mean, if the FGF happens, maybe black is immediately doing quite well. But
or EFT5.
Maybe not immediately, but yeah, d5 definitely very much the reason for trying to get the e5 pawn off the board. But yeah, the machine says bishop f4 gives white a large advantage, despite giving up a second bishop for a knight, because yeah, if you can't really do much about the e5 pawn, white just has more space, safer king. Very difficult to figure out where the counterplay is even going to come from.
A lot of arrows to draw here. Might be some trouble for Adiban. He has an enterprising style. He takes some risks. And another nice move played by Ridvig Raja against Manuel Petrosyan. They're playing Pirc. What happened to Mr. Ufimtsev? When I was young, this was the Pirc Ufimtsev. Now we lost Ufimtsev somewhere along the way.
Yeah, it just got dropped for whatever reason, and it's been a while since I used that.
No.
Don't have.
Why did they do him like that?
Do not have a good answer for you. Okay, Google. Why did they drop Ufimtsev from Pirc Ufimtsev?
So why would you go knight g1 here? I mean, it's a move that you sometimes see when there's a bishop here and you don't want bishop f3. Here, I don't gain anything by going here. I guess not, yeah. Just e5 gains in strength.
Well, you probably go all the way back to c8 if you are taking on e2, but then maybe maybe e5 is playable also. f4 becomes maybe...
it's going knight f3.
Yeah.
We're kidding. This is a draw for... But not with Manuel.
Yeah, bishop takes e2 doesn't really look all that horrible, so I'm pretty sure you're not that upset about what's going on here as black.
We shall see.
We shall see. There's also a somewhat theoretical Grunfeld on Vasily Ivanchuk's board.
Ooh, more Grunfeld debates.
Not really debates. I think this is a very...
and this is fine for black. This
uninspiring
debate.
Yeah, I think to my great surprise, I think Alexei Shirov has played this against me in the online match we played.
This is the debate, not c4. Or d6.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but I have a feeling I played this against Alex, and he also played c4 knight takes d2, and I had no problems whatsoever in that game.
Yeah, it looks like white could have a little something with the structure, but something's not in time to contain the black counterplay a3.
Yeah, because we're also very much preparing to play f7, f5 here to further undermine the structure, and you do have to pay attention to knight b4 jumps. So yeah, black generally is just completely fine here, and you sometimes even need to be a bit accurate not to run into trouble.
Okay. Andre Ventura, Sousa. Not with a great opening choice. He's also taking time here.
Mm-hmm.
So this was not his intention. Doesn't look like he's very booked up. In this, of course, hard to anticipate what opening Ivanchuk will play and what line in that opening.
Yeah, I used to absolutely love playing against Vasil because it gave me a perfect excuse not to do any prep whatsoever. Not that I do too much prep in general, but on those days I would just
you don't feel bad about it against.
Yeah, because like I always felt that I'm not really even expected to guess even the first move, maybe. So why bother checking all the 15 potential openings that he will maybe play today? And it's much better to just read a book or watch some TV or do something
with the books.
Always with the books, yes. Driving the point home that I know what a book is. Queen g6, interesting.
Is Irina Bulmaga still in book here?
Well, she's playing extremely quickly.
This is a line I'm familiar with. I never liked it much for black. I think you had some encounters here as well, no?
Yeah, I tried doing this with...
This is all known.
Yeah. I think I only had this maybe once with black, and I also tried it a couple of times with white, but with white I never got this structure. People correctly assumed I wouldn't know anything in the more concrete replies to this, and would make a draw very comfortably. Interesting that this endgame is being offered, and also that it's immediately being declined, right? Because you generally feel that
snap take there, but maybe her speed, or people just know that this is fine. Also very possibly.
And also, I think you can actually make an argument that you have sort of more winning chances with the queens on, because the king on g8 is, maybe a little bit unsafe, and by preserving the queens on the board, you preserve the chance of perhaps one day launching some kind of an attack.
Could just be very move by move. Now bishop f4 is coming.
Yeah, could also, and somebody having more time than they started with by move 20 in this line does very much indicate that they probably have checked what the engine suggests.
Apparently this also. Is this the way to go? Yeah, I was never that comfortable. I looked at this a bit, but two bishops and this missing f pawn, which looks nice and active now, but if white ever organizes, it can always come back to haunt you, because you don't have good counters to whatever eventual h pawn push. So I was always scared here, but it doesn't mean it's not playable. Move by move. Let's see if Irina can prove that.
Yeah, and then we have I assume these are already, but when do the, hang on, let me check briefly.
Coach Kollas doing great already. Dimitri Kollas is from my city, from Hamburg, Germany. And he has a good position. Not sure these things are connected, but I'm not sure either what his opponent is doing here, blitzing out these moves, because the computer does not approve one bit of this.
Yeah, this doesn't really look right. And Queen e3 is, the engines start liking this a little bit better for black.
Is crushing, which it's a bit passive, but if you ever drive these pieces away, you'll just win, I guess.
Yeah, I think the major point of difference is that the one way to try to justify what you're doing with black here is to play f6. And by putting the queen on h2, we are leaving ourselves the g2 square for this bishop, and then we will just play bishop e2, and
here we'll crawl out. And it's not going to be fun.
But then the queen will save itself. The knights maybe not so much. f3 and g4 does appear to be a bit of a crushing threat. And after queen e3, you will play f6, I assume, because nothing else really makes any sense whatsoever. And at least you'll have the bishop pair for your trouble. The position still looks kind of ugly, though. f6 is pretty much never a great idea to play in these types of structures. You would much rather play f6, f7 here if you could.
Can't do it. Pawns never move back.
Can't do it, yeah. Sam will come and haunt your dreams if you do that.
Nah, I don't need to play f6, f7 for that.
Also fair.
All right, let's get back to our top encounters. No, Yu Yang Yi.
Absolutely.
He missed bishop f8.
Absolutely no chess understanding whatsoever. Yeah. We condemn in the no uncertain terms. We condemn the decision not to play the most obvious move in the position there. Instead, he goes d6, and this sort of justifies previous play for White.
Very much so.
Yeah, because like we can play
just be better.
Yeah, a tiny bit. It's not going to be a lot, but it's just a kind of a normal Nimzo position where, yeah, exactly. You always playing e3 here, or are you sometimes playing e4?
Oh, I'm always playing e3. And also knit. I don't want any knights 6. Making me think.
Okay, let's say that goes to d7 right this moment.
No,
You're still playing. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree.
I don't think I'm wrong, actually.
Yeah. I think you're right. I was just wondering, because I think it's something that might be worth discussing for like 30 seconds, because it seems like occupying the center with every single pawn you can is a good thing, but it gives you like targets.
Let's consolidate. So they can't target it. Yeah. Also, the bishop is more active on d3 after e3.
Yeah.
No, as always, it depends. It's not a rule of thumb. You always go e3 and not e4 when you can. But here, I think the feeling screams.
Yeah, so this now is perfectly playable for White, definitely a little bit better. The symmetrical Grunfeld has not actually, I mean, it's still sort of a Grunfeld, but White declined to go c4 altogether.
They started playing every move under the sun here, no? I was very proud at the Chess Olympia when I told Bluebone at lunch, half of the joke, they should play bishop e3, queen c1, with a double threat, c4 and bishop h6. And that happened, and I had not checked it out. Just I thought
this very much exists. Yeah, it's been around for quite some time, and it's not stupid. Instead, the Mogstar goes c3, which is a move that was, as very, very many other things in world chess today, has been introduced by Vladimir Kramnik at some point, or at least seriously introduced into top play. I'm sure people have, done this by mistake over the years, but he was the one who actually, had some sort of a philosophy behind it. And part of that philosophy was wait for b6 and then play c4. Yeah. that was incredibly funny. Yeah,
not that move, or maybe direct.
Yeah, I think directly. b6 he just goes c4 straight away. Yeah. And claims very seriously and probably correctly that b6 is a drawback in this position. This is a serious move that needs to be looked at.
a4, because a4 is the first computer move in any position. We will see a lot of those. 5 knight.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm in love with knight b6.
To me, but
yeah, I don't think we need to care about c4 all that much with a knight on a3. I have a feeling that in this particular line, I was suggesting some kind of a setup with like b6, e6, bishop b7, queen e7. And just, yes, we are allowing c3, c4 if White wants it, but then White also put the knight on a3 for no particular reason. And we are playing a very solid position where eventually I'll just play c7, c5 and start simplifying. Didn't think it was very threatening. Knight b6 does look like it's maybe giving White some hope. Not that it's a bad move, but I wouldn't necessarily make it.
Never.
Oh.
Okay. Let's check back in with Frederik Svane against Jorn van Forees. And yeah, the game is proceeding along these sort of modern Caspar structure lines where White is saying, I know you were taught that the structure is great for black with the minority attack, but I studied many Gatakamsky games, and he usually went a4, a5, and there was no black attack to be seen. Yeah, I think the thinking is slowly but surely shifting a little bit about these structures, that it's still black that has to be a little careful. I'm not sure about knight e5 if you shouldn't try to keep these bishops.
Yeah, I'd be very tempted to keep it on the board because it feels like even on f1 it's a slightly better bishop than the one on g6. But yeah, people don't really mind all that much.
Also,
either way,
you're also taught that d3 is a dream square for the knight, or d6, depending what color you are. So it's a logically enough choice. Just a question of white can be better here with the reduced material. But it certainly looks like FedEx found it, put some thought into the structure. What was knight e7, by the way? Is that?
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by that, but I guess maybe the way to explain it would be that people are actually somewhat unhappy about the prospect of taking with the h7 pawn.
Yeah,
because that does open up this knight g5 or some sort of a play against your king in the future. So you go knight e7 and then you play bishop g6, and you will very happily take on g6 with the knight. And
slow.
It is kind of slow. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised, but I think that's the explanation.
Fair enough. In Yesipenko Kushao, where Yesipenko is 800 points higher rated. He has pushed the pawn to a5.
Yeah, down 10 minutes on the clock, bang 15. Yeah, game continuing like perfectly logically from both sides. The relevant structural question here, which I don't really know how to answer, is I see people decide that they don't really mind, let's say, playing b5, a takes b6 en passant, and knight takes b6. I always, like, whenever I got the structures with black, I always felt that this is a very committal and kind of a poor decision that should be avoided. But people do it and don't seem to mind all that much. So it's something that for me always was the big question, because I think you can reasonably calmly tolerate that pawn on a5 and just ignore it. I don't know, play queen d8, rook c6, rook a c8 or something. Just play h6. Sometimes they try like h6, knight h7, bishop g5 in some of these positions, because you, as is often the case in these types of knight ors, getting the bishop on a7 traded for the bishop on a3 is probably something that you wouldn't mind if you don't lose the d6 pawn in the process. Yeah, it's a complicated structure, despite looking very kind of quiet and nondescript. Any strong opinions on?
Not really, no. I agree. Like, yeah, I've seen plenty of games with this b5, ab, but I'd be very scared to knight a5. With the weak pawn on a6, knight a5 is looming, or just forward play. I guess the usual. Computer might say it's fine, move by move and so on, but it doesn't look good. Ivanchuk's knight looks pretty on c3.
Yeah, it's one of the different ideas behind playing knight a6, knight b4. It gets to c3, y8, and yeah, it's shockingly uncomfortable to deal with very direct threats to your center, which might actually mean that you aren't supposed to even put the bishop on d3. Maybe it's better to put it on f3 in the current position, and at least then it won't be hanging. But even then, like, this is not very comfortable. Yeah, takes bishop a6. The agent continues hating because it gets into d3, and e5, bishop f5. You also think it's pretty clear that black is doing well. The question is whether black is already better, or maybe white can stabilize with accurate play.
It looks like things are going Ivanchuk's way. Number 7 seed in this tournament, the Ukrainian legend, and as we know, 7th seed is the favorite to win any Open. So yeah, you can see here
one draw so far against Theodora, right? And she also drew against Jordan, I believe. No, not Jordan, against Jules.
Yeah.
So a very, very creditable performance by her. And Jules continues getting very tilted by events. This is not conjecture. He just uses the word very quite a lot when describing the game he just finished playing. So,
oh, Jules.
Yeah.
Things will pick up, Jules. Hang in there.
Absolutely. It gets better.
Anton Korobov. Is he playing with fire?
Yeah, for a second there, I really liked what he was doing, but then I glanced at your screen and decided to change my mind.
Oh.
Yeah, because it looked like maybe he is doing a great job undermining the white setup, and I wasn't sure how to react. But apparently, white can just like go FG and be very happy about things somehow.
Doesn't look that obvious.
Absolutely not.
The
no.
king is weak. Huh?
Yeah,
The king.
the king is not very safe, and it turns out that it is not black who is going to have an attack on the king side here. I guess you can sort of see that the bishop on c8 and the rook on a8 are a bit far from where the action is. And
but it still looks within taking calculated risks to gain winning chances. I would assume. But yeah, the computer hates the move g5.
Yeah, they
want to take care and chill.
Yeah, but I'm guessing it makes white's play just so much easier that Anton wasn't very interested in providing easy targets for simplification. Yeah, but g5 does meet with sort of extreme disapproval from the engine here.
He's properly funny, no? Korobov? I don't know him well, but I've seen an interview or two. He seems legit funny.
He's a lovely person.
I don't care about that, but he seems funny.
Yes. Okay. I retract my previous statement. He's a proper comedian. Yeah.
Horrible. Nice guy too?
Horrible man, but does know a joke.
You need some darkness to be funny. Okay. I think that's all there is. See you tomorrow with round number 5 of the Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival. It's been a pleasure. We expect some people to win and some to draw today. We'll tell you how it ended tomorrow. Until then, enjoy your evening. No, I'm kidding. We can't. We'll half-ass it, but not like 1/5 asset.
Yeah.
E5 played.
There has to be some measure of S investment. And we haven't really reached that.
Always there.
Yeah, E5 is an interesting choice here, kind of trying to provoke some direct confrontation, but also very much, telling white to play E3, which we were doing anyway. So,
do it.
Yeah, I don't think Aravind will mind.
He'll probably do that. And yeah, it's still slightly better. Not a lot of new things to be said. UENG. He has to figure out how to arrange his pieces. And as usual, I can't predict any of his moves. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean his moves are bad. Perhaps.
Yeah.
What's going on here on the Twitch? Nightbot is saying, how does 12 days of chats on the beach, beer tastings, and many other fun activities with some of the world's top GMs sound? Yeah. Who of the world's top GMs are here? It's just you, right?
Obviously.
And Peter is not attending any beer tastings.
I have so far missed every single beer
tasting. They lied to you. But it's still lovely here.
Yes, it is.
Might be a little late. I don't know. You can't get in the 12 days anymore. So Nightbot, maybe we should have a countdown and every day you take a day off.
Yeah. Let's write a separate bot which calculates how many days are left and corrects Nightbot immediately after Nightbot posts this message. Call it
makes sense to me.
I don't know.
Missing the beer tastings is not approved of by the chat, but they're at 11:30.
Yeah.
Who does beer tastings at 11:30?
Well, I mean,
if we were a German bowling club.
Specifically bowling for some reason. There are some dark depth to your life, lived experience as a German. I feel like
I spent a lot of time in Kala Rachada. Shout out to Marlorza, as we call it. And yeah, I've seen things that I can't unsee.
Yeah,
let's not talk about this.
We are very consciously making an effort not to talk about it right now. Squads the beer tastings at 11:30. Are there any squads playing there? Asks you, Jimmy. There might be. And I did actually check. We were discussing how many nations are playing in the tournament. It's actually 54. So let's see if there are any squads in the 54. Yes,
Sounds likely.
yes, absolutely. We have. We actually know some squads playing in
Not
this.
many squads.
Yes. So yeah, shout out to the squad, playing in the tournament here.
Weird. Kirill is probably going to be happy here.
Yeah, I mean he's got
After
what
this DE-C3. It's not much, but you have the two bishops to work with, and you shuffle, and you won't go bishop E3, bishop C5 anytime soon.
yeah.
I don't know. Go A4, put the knight here. See what happens.
Yeah. And this is exactly the structure I was talking about when I was asking about the choice between the 5 and the 6, because every time I look at this, I think, okay, this has to be at least a little bit better. And then whoever is playing it with black just holds it with no effort, seemingly invested whatsoever, like A5, bishop C5, double on the G file. White never actually gets anywhere, eventually just starts trading pieces and it becomes a draw. And
it's probably the most likely scenario, but as a stronger player, at least you have something on paper to work with. The bishops, even though
absolutely.
it might not be better.
Yeah, for white, the sort of absolutely ideal setup would be something like, you play A4, you put the knight on C4. The bishop on F3 probably in that ideal scenario gets rerouted to H3, exactly like Jan is showing there. And then you start pretending you have pressure, and maybe you do, maybe you don't. Very hard to say. This is a kind of a quirky take on the Rook E1 finds in Berlin.
Yeah. Why would you do that? It's so dry.
Yeah, why is the knight still on D6 is my question.
Bishop D3. It's a bit of a sideline here. But it exists. It used to be worried that I'd get checkmated here. Apparently there's no checkmate. Yeah, this is the thing. It's not very much. I've seen people do this. Now you pretend that your structure is good, but it's nothing special. Yeah,
now finally we go knight E8. We go either D5 or D6, depending on what the white does, I suppose. And yeah, it's extremely solid, as is very often the case in these types of positions.
Very much so. I think we've completed our first round of coverage today. Yeah, will be a day of more blood. It's very hard to predict any results because the players are more evenly matched. We still have favorites, as is the case in most opens until round 6 or 7. But today, a lot of stuff could happen. We should inform you, as you can see on your screen, that the tournament and Play Magnus Group are teaming up with the Norwegian Refugee Council for Chess Solidarity Christmas, trying to help refugees all over the world. So you can find more about that in the chat.
It is a very good cause, and very good to see that cooperation happen.
We'll be back in a couple minutes with more chess on the beach.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. And so much happiness.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
It's the first edition of our chess festival here in Formentera. We host the chess festival in Sitges. I think it's a special place because it's a unique location. We have very nice views, we have very nice beaches.
My experience here has been extremely nice. Like, it's a perfect location to play chess. We are in a fantastic hotel here in the beautiful island of Formentera, which is paradise. And you can see even the beach from your balcony in your room. Tournament combines chess and holidays, and there are a lot of parallel activities. You can play ping pong tournament, you can play volleyball tournament.
For instance, we have seminars from different grandmasters and
chess master classes or chess conferences, and we also have a couple of blitz tournaments. Related to Spanish cultures. Our goal is always to have people have fun and have a chess holiday.
Yeah, this tournament is basically for everyone. It can be a professional chess player who just is very much focused at chess part, and the conditions are good enough to do that too.
I expect to play some decent chess at least, and yesterday I lost against Gukesh, super grandmaster from India. But besides chess, I expect to have a lot of great moments and memories with my friends here in this beautiful island.
Welcome back, everybody, to the fourth round of the Sunway Sitges chess tournament. Peter Svidler, any games that are catching your attention?
Plenty. Nothing is on fire yet, but there's plenty of talking points, and people think resolutely trying to refute everything we say as well, which is a bit upsetting. In particular,
who are these people?
Yeah, who are these people, and why are they doing this to us? We have a right to know.
Be more constructive with your feedback.
E5 being replied with knight f3 is, I guess, less surprising than I thought originally. I thought
why strikes me as a little odd.
Yeah, why are we provoking e4? But e4 maybe is just not a very good move, so it's not really.
We have bishop h4.
Yeah, even bishop h4 maybe is quite strong. Yeah, because otherwise maybe e4 would have been playable. But bishop h4 is awkward for black to meet comfortably.
No, I didn't like it for if we take in queen e7 because I can no longer go e3, bishop d3, which I guess is not that big a deal. But here, some more. I would feel like my pieces are slightly less than ideal, even though white is super solid and probably it's not really an issue. But I would have preferred to start with this, to have more options.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I do feel like if we're choosing between the f3 and c3 squares for this knight, c3 does look a lot more logical and allows for a lot more plans in the future, because on f3 it gets a bit stuck. It's not really going very much of anywhere unless black takes on d4, and black really, it will be very difficult to provoke it takes d4. Yeah, as Jan said, takes on queen e7 does appear to be a very logical reply. Yuengi is pausing here for a bit because I guess he would like maybe to keep that kind of a delicate balance on the king side for a bit longer.
Thinking about this, then DE, I guess he said knight g3, ED, knight
f1, yeah. It does a little bit provoke bishop h4 once again.
Good or bad? I couldn't really make up my mind because f6 is very ugly. These pieces look strange too.
Yeah, because against d4, we could immediately see that this was pretty good for white, but with the pawn still on e5, I think this exploiting the knight on h5 is going to be difficult, and maybe you're just wasting time by playing bishop h4 here. But generally, you can sort of understand not wanting to take on g3 too early, because you are opening up the h file. It makes castling kingside a riskier proposition. So yeah, there's definitely sound reasons not to do it until you're forced to.
All right, let's see what Hans is up to. Yeah, knight b6 we weren't crazy about. Who said knight on b6 is always misplaced? It's a question I've asked many times and I could never remember the answer. Whoever it was, they were right.
Yeah.
Tartakova?
Very smart. Very on point, yeah. It's still it's a bit surprising to me just how much it appears to be better for white if you listen to the engine here, because like as far as knights on b6 go, here it is paired with a knight on a3. Like same position with the white knight on d2, I would be really hating life.
You take and win the pawn.
There. But the knight on a3 also isn't really an oil painting, so I don't know how unhappy we should be here. But I guess one of the problems is, even if white, let's say, decides to release the tension in the center, goes c takes d5, we almost always want to capture with the pawn. And then the knight on a3 resolves very nicely. It gets placed on a very nice b5 square, whereas the knight on b6 is still stuck there, which could explain why black hasn't really equalized.
Yeah, some pressure for Niemann. That's all there is.
Yeah, this one is continuing quite slowly and sort of along the lines of what we expected.
By the way, I don't mean to complain, but I find it wrong that we have one Wadsworth and one Woodward on the live boards. It's very hard to tell apart. I don't like it. They also have similar ratings. Can we do something about that?
We should probably tell them to, do some kind of a, what's the word? Deed poll to change the name. Yeah, unify.
$5 word you just used, but it is wrong and upsetting, and I do not know what we can do. And Woodward is white against Korobov, and he did not punish what Korobov did, like the computer wanted him to punish it, but he still found a very human-looking, solid setup where, I kind of like white's position, even if you just
he reacted to g5, I think, in a kind of a he tried to contain the mayhem here as much as possible, went 93, and seems like maybe there were ways of being more aggressive and more ambitious, but you still pick white here every single time. King h1, rook g1, the bishop from g2 could be perhaps rerouted to, I don't know, f1, e2, and then
get it out the way, bring the rooks. The black king could easily be weaker than the white king, especially with the bishop still being very far from any productive assignment.
Yeah, instead he goes for, and this is a kind of an interesting little detail.
Dvoretsky taught us.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
a superfluous knight. He wants to keep them all. But usually this knight back to f7, and it's not that much of an idiot. Like, it's still ready to exchange itself or whatever comes here. So I'm not sure that was needed. Because the knight on e2 doesn't do that much.
Yeah. Is there any argument for black to, like, if you don't play knight e2, you play f3? Is there any argument to actually keeping both of them anyway and just going back to
I think you could, but now I think I'm in time to go c5.
It doesn't get to
don't
f7.
have the f7 square, and this I would.
So just concretely doesn't. Yeah, okay. Fair. In the meantime, Andrei Ventura Sousa did not play bishop f3 against Vasil Ivanchuk, and he's probably just straight up in trouble now because he takes
I've
d5.
seen all this before. This is more or less living the dream. Like, make all the natural moves, some theory, and you're seriously better already.
Yeah, it's just an absolutely fantastic outcome. Also, 20 minutes to the good on the clock. Looks like Vasil will have a comfortable-ish day at the office today. In fact, it does appear as if maybe the only way to not be in tremendous amounts of trouble straight away is connected with the move 92 b1, which is probably not that easy to make. Although, like, if everything else loses, maybe
But also, if I go away, what have you achieved?
Even this, but also there is an option of going e takes d5, knight takes c3, g4.
Tactics.
Which gives black
a
solid bit of an edge as well.
I think it's maybe not too bad, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's going to be like it's fantastic for black, but do you win it? Is the question. You're always going like with the bishop on e5 and the other one, ideally at some point on e6, you're going to be always sort of solidly better, but the knight on d5 is just such a well-established piece that maybe you just never win. Yeah, it will be an interesting question. Yeah, we'll see. Because if knight b1 gets played, which you really need to do something about the threat of simply e5.
Why can't I just bishop
There's bishop b4 in the end. Yeah, I also wondered why we're not just winning on the spot, but we're not. Yeah. Yeah, so if knight b1 gets played, it's interesting to see what Vasil will choose, because as you are saying, knight a4 is perfectly serviceable. Black will still be a bit better, but White will be able to perhaps defend against the most immediate threats.
Yeah, and this might happen because there's no obvious move, right? He's not gonna just plunder this pawn.
Yeah, this is the issue for White. Yeah, but basically this is a very, very direct threat that very few moves actually even fight against, apart from the idea of knight b1.
Okay. Manu Petrosyan, not surprisingly, decided to continue the game. Took here.
This is just a very comfortable Sicilian now. With bishop
White setup looks a little off.
You're not doing horribly, but you're also very, very clearly, at least not better. Just a very nice dragon type position. Irina Bulmaga, after having an hour and 33 minutes, I think, on move 19, is now down to 55 minutes on move 20.
Spend some time. Bishop a5, bishop h5, in b3, that direction.
Well, c3 was hanging, and this wins, maybe wins a tempo,
5. Some.
Yeah, so far very logical play, I think, from both sides. A4 doesn't really do very much. I think we always have a6 as a standby, even if ba4 doesn't work.
Or even b8. I'm not sure we want to provoke the black piece into action.
So what we probably want to do with White here is, some sort of g3, king g2, rook e2, rook f1, right? Yeah. And the question is, like, which of these moves need to be played first? Like, what do we start with? Doubling on the e-file straight away doesn't seem like it's a stupid idea, but maybe you run out of squares,
Challenged. There's no time for rook e1 yet, too, because we have
a
little trick.
Strong,
No. Black just wins, so you can't allow that. And if you have to take, then we're not getting the e-file. So it needs to be precise, but probably will be. Was Compi say bishop g4? It's weird.
Yeah, looks non-obvious, giving up the control over the 8 square straight away. But I mean, these positions are.
I'll do this.
So in terms of material, what's the ideal scenario here for White? 4 rooks gone, everything else stays, or?
Ideally, one pair of rooks gone and we get the e-file.
Yeah, I mean, leaving aside the absolute dream scenarios, which you assume you're not getting, because that probably just wins because you give mate on the king's side if that happens. But let's say Black actually manages to contain this and not lose straight out of the early middle game.
I'm not sure at all. I guess it depends strongly on. Once we get rid of all the rooks, does Black have something direct, queen g6 and c3 is weak or whatever? Or is White the one building initiative with h4, bishop g5? Hard to think of any general statements there.
Yeah. In the meantime, Dmitry Kolar's, as expected, the f6 bishop b3 sequence did happen, and now Black would feel entirely okay in an imaginary universe where the pawn is back on f7, but it's not, and it's going to be awkward to play, right? Because f4, f5 is
it's a bit weakening. EF. I don't trust this king. Well, okay, Black has bishops. It's still a battle, I guess.
Sure, but it does feel that. Now that, let's say, if White makes a couple of slow moves in a row, I don't know, if you, let's say, spend time on king b1, bishop b3, what have you, and Black develops a little bit, like plays, I don't know, b5, queen c7, and then something, and maybe even queen b6 starts with a5, a4, which I underappreciated. You could start seeing outlines of positions which could be not that bad for Black.
Sure.
Yeah, I think queen e3 was a bit of an autopilot there by Dmitry, who I'm sure was very happy with how the the opening was going and decided not to overthink it. I think.
Don't overthink it, Dmitry.
Yeah, like Queen H2 may have looked to him like it's a bit too fancy and is completely not required, but it does feel like he would have had a bigger advantage there than what he has in the game. What else do we have? Whoa, Vasil.
We have moves. Bishop G5 played, attacking the rook.
And the rook goes nowhere.
Carry.
Yeah, rook goes nowhere. Because e takes d5 instead of rook d7. Rook d7 has to be pointed out that absolutely nothing wrong with rook d7, and white still kind of has to go for similar positions.
So what's his point? ED. If we take, is he recapturing or does he take something?
Not. Maybe it's DE, right? Maybe he wants d takes e4, knight e4, rook d8, but yeah. I mean, black is doing fine, but I don't know if I would be so happy about this particular transition. Yeah, take. Do we win these very often? Maybe we do with the bishop on d4, yeah?
I don't know. Certainly black pushing. Interesting stuff.
Yeah. I guess the reason he went for this is that after rook d7, I was trying to figure out what the difference is. We can now play rook fc1, and with the bishop on e3, this just straight up loses to e takes d5 because there's a fork on the d4 square. But now the bishop is on g5, so we can actually, I mean, it's still playable, but it no longer wins on the spot.
Right.
So that's the improvement that white has compared to the positions of the bishop on e3. And maybe that's why he decided not to go here at all.
So I wouldn't be too surprised if he's still knew this.
I don't think anybody really analyzes c4 that deeply. I think he is.
I don't mean to brag, but I've certainly seen this position, and like Ivanchuk has seen more stuff than me. I don't mean to brag. So if you looked at bishop g5 ED, we don't know. But you mean
this? Like you're claiming you've seen this specific? Because I've seen this, like the setup.
No, I've seen this
specific position. Okay, yeah, okay.
Because it is fairly move by move. Like once you get to the end game and you want to check a bit the tactics work, like you check knight e2, knight c3, and now you see bishop a6, and computer says you're fine. And I quit somewhere around here. But
yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Anyway,
it is very much a sideline because this, like the reason not everybody does this against the bishop e3 Grunfeld is, of course, the move bishop g5 and the extremely sharp positions which result from bishop g5, f6, bishop e3. And yeah, c4. Like if everybody played c4 here, black would never play any other system against bishop e3. I'm pretty sure.
No, of course not. I mean, I prepared this once for black, and c4 looks like a natural enough move.
You do check it a little bit, yeah, for sure. Yeah, we'll see. Another question that got resolved for us, but it got resolved slightly differently, happened in a game between Yasipenko and Kushal, where Kushal waited for a tempo to play b5. He went with some waiting moves. He went rook b8 first, and then even one more move with bishop.
I would have put on bishop a7 instantly. Yeah.
You would have maybe been correct even.
Knight d2, stand-up maneuver. The knight goes here, and then on a good day it ends up here. Bishop d8, knight f1.
Knight f1, and now when the trigger got pulled with b5, a b9, b6. Bishop knight c4 is a very solid threat, which is why bishop c1 has been played by Andrei. If knight c4 here, I assume we want to play b3 and then perhaps bishop d2 if the knight goes back, because we do have to do something about the pressure along the c file.
What's he going to do? Queen d7?
Very possibly. Very possibly, even though you kind of need to have an explanation as to why a6 is not hanging, and I don't know what the explanation is, but I wouldn't rule it out.
Curious.
I would not rule it out.
I kind of want to see what Kushal's going to play.
We will eventually.
Want to see it now?
You want to see it now?
Yeah. Taking his time.
Is he on screen?
I don't think he's on camera. Kirill always is.
Yeah, Kirill, well, as long as he keeps on winning, he is on a very, very good board in terms of getting screen time.
Must be nice.
Absolutely.
Does love the camera, Kirill. That's what he's known for.
Yes. That and his exceptional FIFA skills.
And his knowledge of Marvel movies.
And
knowledge many things.
Yes.
And his candidate's wild card. This is the position. Yeah, not a lot of new things to say. We've mentioned probably equal, but what is it? Two bishops, maneuver, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, if you could find a way to like get the bishop from c1 to e1 without allowing too many trades, well, that's probably something you would. Yeah, I don't know.
Is it so great on e1?
Just to connect the rooks. It's not great anywhere. I just don't want to trade it for the bishop on c5, and I don't like it on c1 because my rooks are not connected. Like every time I see this, I'm just struggling to figure out how I'm supposed to be better.
Yeah, just to get there.
And yeah.
Hope something happens.
Yeah. But what exactly?
It's not our problem.
Thankfully. Thankfully, it is not.
Meanwhile, in Aravind, what do we know about Aravind?
That he is Adiban's roommate and did not know Adiban had a 1e4 course out.
Fair enough.
Very important bit of knowledge. I feel extremely booked up for this question.
Nice. Anything else? He was a prodigy as well. Like wasn't at this point, no, but then things got a little more quiet, or am I confusing stuff?
I'm not entirely sure.
I heard people speak very highly of him years and years and years ago. I cannot recall who these people were. There was certainly Aravind chatter.
Rating progress chart. Yeah, went from 23 to 2600 in about 2.5, I would say, 3 years between 2013 and 2016. So yeah, was clearly a very gifted young
when
player.
the chatter was there.
Yeah, it has been solid around 2600, 2650 since then. But
yeah, it didn't make another jump.
Yeah,
I think he wasn't focused on chess for a while, but I could be wrong. I think so.
Yeah. And there are, but okay, I mean, this is the pandemic. Yeah, I was about to say that there are very, very long periods of the same rating happening from list to list, but that is during the time when there wasn't really very much federated chess going on in the world. So it's very understandable.
I understand. In the Svane van Foreys clash, both sides brought their horses to the pretty square.
Very cultured, yes.
Can either side do anything? Looks like one of those.
Yeah, I could never really.
We have good positions, but now we shuffle around.
We shuffle, yeah. We never really want to play h5, it feels, because we're not really, I think, launching any kind of an attack on the king side. It might become even a target in some unpleasant futures. Do we want to put one knight on e5 and see it traded off? Probably not. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because this square, I don't know, it feels like
yeah, you just
maybe it was a little tame not to keep this bishop on the board. I feel like that gave us a little more wiggle room.
But still, like, you give this position to Gata, he makes 50 moves here, and eventually, you know, none of them as a singular move make much, you know, dramatic sense. But suddenly he is much better at the end of it.
Or he offers a draw within the next 3 moves.
Not anymore, though, right? Because that would not be allowed.
Yeah.
Maybe in the olden days, but even in the old, like, definitely not against me. My experience of playing as Gata is always like full of games where I felt like I equalized, but then I would get tortured for ages and ages, and occasionally I would make a draw and occasionally not.
So sorry to hear that.
It is very upsetting.
Anyway, we were talking about Aravind, where bishop h4 did indeed happen. Yu Yang-Yi, after some thought, went with knight c6, similar idea, to delay this knight takes g3 until white commits to something in the center. But Aravind said, if you don't want to take it, I'll move it away. And we have this very weird standoff between the knight on h5 and the bishop on h4, which black could break by playing g5. Then again, g5 also weakens his king, should that king ever go here. So I'm not sure who's happy and why. Probably they're both okay. Yu Yang-Yi created some imbalances in the position. Arvin might think, maybe correctly, so he's slightly better. So all to play for.
Absolutely. There's a question in chat. At what age did you guys reach 2600? I tried doing some research on my own career and came to no conclusions, but I can give a kind of a, I think it was probably either late 94 or early 95. So I was maybe, what, 19? What about you?
I was 12. No, I know.
And you still are, by the way.
I'm 29. And no, I made 2 jumps in my chess career. First was after I finished high school, and I had a chess year where I went from 2400 to 2530, and then I was in Madrid as an exchange student in, was it 2002? And there I think I went from 2530 to 2630. And those are the jumps. I've stayed there. Now we're slowly going down. But 2002, the internet wasn't great. I didn't know anybody in Madrid. The university was very far away. I worked very hard on my chess. And then I got to know people, and I played FIFA for the second half of the year. It was a good time.
FIFA. Yeah, all the FIFA players around me.
Yeah. Probably someone's going to say, but I checked. It wasn't 2002. I can't remember. But I felt like there was a time when I made the jump.
Yeah. They made me play FIFA. Mm-hmm. It's very good that no recordings exist of me attempting to play that fabled video game, because it's very traumatic.
Mm. Why? You're no good at FIFA?
Absolutely no good at anything requiring manual dexterity of any sort. Can't do it.
Sorry. It hasn't hurt your Hearthstone career?
My people who have seen me play APM Pirates will confirm that even in Hearthstone, it hampers my development greatly.
Yu Yangyi has developed a bishop. He went g5, followed by bishop to f5. Which, yeah, looks logical. Computer doesn't love it, but he wants to put this bishop here.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Are we actually now keeping this bishop on g3 alive, just going like knight g7, knight f5, h5 or something?
He's playing against it now, or even knight g7, h6, queen h6, and say, those shall not pass. Sometimes people do this in London. No, if you get it via some King's Indian, they go f6 and just say, bishop is not coming out, but it could come out. It's not buried forever, like queen c3, knight d2, f4 moves. So it's a risky strategy. I wonder if it's going to pay off for him. Have you seen the movie Dodgeball? You probably have. I probably made you watch it.
Yeah, more than once, and I am thankful for it.
Well.
Yeah, it is absolutely a public service you perform there. Because I probably wouldn't have known of its existence and would have continued missing that absolute
going
gem.
through life without having seen Dodgeball 15, 16 times.
Yes.
Always tear up when Lance Armstrong gives him that pep talk.
He also made me watch Kung Fu Hustle, so my life has been immeasurably enriched by knowing you.
Yeah, Kung Fu Hustle I feel less strongly about, but it's classic. What can you say?
That is what I said.
Although I'm always rooting for the beast in the final fight. Never wins.
It is very heartbreaking.
Yeah, I don't know about this. Computer, not obsessed with it, but I don't think Yu Yangyi is too worried about having the computer say 0-0. He's more worried about creating imbalances, keeping pieces on the board, making Arvind make structural decisions.
Yeah, I think he'll be okay with this because I think he's definitely leaving there enough as a kind of a bait for his opponent to think that okay, I'm now better. I must try and play sort of sharply for a win. Not without reason, but I think if you look at the position around, I don't know, move once bishop f8 wasn't played, basically once we've gotten to this structure, you could take on g3 and I don't know, try to castle queenside and play a very quiet game where nothing much is happening. And I think Yu Yangyi very consciously gave his opponent as much scope to make this into a non-boring game as possible, which is a good strategy.
Yu Yangyi, the top seed of the tournament, 28-year-old Chinese player, has been around for a while. We call him Trumso when the Chinese team won. Not too surprisingly, but they also weren't the top favorite. Yu Yangyi. Yeah, an amazing event. They won the gold medal. It helped to carry the team. After that, he won this Dubai Open. Did he win it twice? We talked about it.
Qatar, yeah.
Qatar
Open, yeah. He won one and got into a tiebreak, which he lost to Magnus. Yeah. Honestly, back-to-back first places in that Open is a stunning achievement. Those were absolutely stacked with top players.
Yeah. Kramnik, Carlsen, Giris.
Yeah. And in both years, the one he won, he beat Kramnik on demand in the last round.
Yeah, they beat So.
And then he beat.
Remember?
Yeah. And he beat Wesley in the one next year, which was, just a very, very good player. What else to say there?
Yeah, recently his rating went down a bit. He was swimming in 2.7, 60-ish waters for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he's still good. He's still young. He lost the World Cup semifinals to Ding Liren when Ding Liren could have lost and still qualified for the candidates. And there was a lot of talk about, what happens if he loses? So you have two Chinese players. But Ding Liren did win that fair and square.
Yeah, he is not about all that,
But yeah, Yu Yangyi, strong player. I don't know how much English he speaks. I was told he speaks decent English. I recall, but this is a long time ago. In 2014, he didn't speak so much.
Yeah, I think by this point his English is pretty decent. Yeah, I think they're sort of very similar with Ding Liren in that respect, and that they appear to be somewhat shy and reluctant to speak English. But when they do,
can just have a proper conversation if he wants to.
Yeah, but they're perfectly fine when they do choose to speak English. Yeah, and only good things to say about both of them, frankly.
Like what?
Well, we were saying good things just now. No?
Good at chess? Shy to speak English?
Yes. Shy Ronnie.
Do you think they learned English from Larry Svidler like you?
Probably not. It's been a while since anyone has done that, I think. Those games
there's a new Larry Svidler.
Is it?
Sure.
I'm missing out.
There's a new Hans Niemann move. He went c takes d5, and we get the structure.
Yeah, the bishop went back to
about earlier.
The bishop went back to f8. It actually got driven back to f8, which I don't think is necessarily even all that bad for
c8.
ABC. My knowledge of chess squares is still in its infancy stage.
Right.
But you can get by without it, as my career in this game shows. Yeah, definitely a bit better for white, but it remains an exchange G3 Grunfeld, meaning that the margins aren't really all that huge. Black has no structural issues, and now that is no longer on b6, which I think is
that's an improvement.
Is a huge improvement.
I'm not sure it's been mentioned, but it's always misplaced on e6.
Yeah, and you were not lying to me, which is very gratifying for a change.
Oh, sorry for blocking. What wasn't I lying about?
There are new Leisure Suit Larrys coming out.
Why would I lie about them? No.
Well,
weird lie.
It would be a somewhat weird line, but I still was fairly certain that, I mean, depending on the definition of what recently you use, but I thought they probably stopped it at around 2010, but no. There's a couple released very recently, one in 2020. The franchise is alive and well.
Yeah, it's tempting. What's not alive and well is our little live board. So we'll have to go on a quick break and I'll do the usual Tachyon surgery operation with extreme precision, no cursing, confidence, and we'll be back with it in a couple minutes. Sorry.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see. I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
It's the first edition of our chess festival here in Formentera. We host the chess festival in Sitges. I think it's a special place because it's a unique location. We have very nice views, we have very nice beaches.
My experience here has been extremely nice. It's a perfect location to play chess. We are in a fantastic hotel here in the beautiful island of Formentera, which is paradise. And you can see even the beach from your balcony in your room. Tournament combines chess and holidays, and there are a lot of parallel activities. You can play ping pong tournament, you can play volleyball tournament.
For instance, we have seminars from different grandmasters and
chess master classes or chess conferences. And we also have a couple of blitz tournaments. Related to Spanish cultures. Our goal is always to have people have fun and have a chess holiday.
Yeah, this tournament is basically for everyone. You can be a professional chess player who just is very much focused at chess part, and the conditions are good enough to do that too.
I expect to play some decent chess at least, and yesterday I lost against Gustafsson, super grandmaster from India. But besides chess, I expect to have a lot of great moments and memories with my friends here in this beautiful island.
Welcome back, everybody. Fourth round of the let's have the whole board on the screen. Yeah, I'll leave it here. Of the Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival. And it's a proper chess festival. You might only be seeing the 10 games we cover per day, but there are like 400 people here, and I did the math. It's like 200 games. I was just in the playing hall. There's a lot of people running around, and it's good to feel that chess atmosphere, as long as people don't talk chess.
Yeah, that would be absolutely unnecessary. Please do not approach us.
Now you've been approached plenty. I've seen you out in the wilderness earlier, and people asked you if you were the real Peter Svidler.
To which I never give a committal reply. I think it's very poor form to either confirm or deny that. So I always leave, some mystery hanging in the air as to where I am.
Who are your doppelgangers? Who could you pretend to be instead?
Paul McCartney, obviously.
No.
What do you mean, no? It's a well-established
He's
fact.
much older than you.
Okay, but look at me. I'm old inside.
You do not look like a 75-year-old Beatle.
Not just yet. I'm working on it.
There's German comedian Bastian Pastewka. Have you heard of Bastian Pastewka?
Now I have.
Looks like you.
Okay, then this is what I will be using from now on.
I think you should go with Bastian Pastewka.
Bastian Pastewka.
Not sure if he has a beard. No,
oh dear. Oh dear.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And yeah, shout out to all the Bastian Pastewka fans out there.
I'm a big fan. I've seen 9 seasons of the show Pastewka. Yu Yang Yi.
Probably has not seen all that.
Probably hasn't watched any Pastewka. It's my
Maybe he gave up after maybe season 1.5.
What are the odds? He saw season 1.
1,000 to 1?
No, I'm laying much more.
All right. But yeah, the game continues sort of along the lines that we've described. Knight is still on h5. That kind of a fancy maneuver with knight g7, knight 8, knight f5 is probably never going to happen. Yeah. The big question here is where people eventually castle. I guess white generally probably castles queenside. As for black, yeah, I mean, how long can this waiting game continue? Because it feels like the moment one player commits to a side here, the other one will know, have a much better clarity as to what to do. But like, who blinks first?
It's time to blink. No, what should I do? You could go.
Yeah, there is still a waiting
Horsey
available
here,
in 92. But
then
actually,
you're opening this and then castle yet. It's a bit risky.
Yeah, it does look like you're really kind of tempting black to go in for some direct action. Yeah, and if you are blinking, which side are you blinking? Don't tell me.
Come on, behave, board. See what's doing? Not giving up just yet. Did he play d5 or is that just the board doing?
Yeah, there are some very nice visual effects, but yeah. d5 should be a huge improvement in life quality for black here, because with no pressure in the center, you can you go knight d8, knight f7, and then if there is still a bishop on g3, you might actually seriously consider playing against it.
Very seriously considering other things right now.
Yeah, I will keep you company in considering them quietly under my breath. Apologies for that. We do appear to be.
You do appear to ever. Why?
Why exactly? Is it my turn to say be more constructive with your feedback?
We're not getting any feedback. I can't move the pieces. Trying. I can draw arrows. But if I try to make a move, here it makes a move. Maybe I can just ignore that board and make moves on the other boards. But something's very wrong.
Yeah, things are not really quite right.
Also, this is not the Yu Yang Yi game. No, we have to do it again. I'm so sorry. Let's have the camera from the playing hole rolling, and I will once again restart the thingy begrudgingly. You can keep telling us who's that on camera. It's Adiban.
Yeah, Adiban, who chat has just informed us is having a hard time in his position. Let me check if that is true or not. While obviously we're not showing any positions whatsoever, but it's still obviously of vital importance to our viewers whether Adiban is doing well or not, and I will endeavor to update people on that. Yeah, Adiban is definitely struggling somewhat today in that bishop b5, b6. Rosalima. Plenty of interesting fighting positions in the round. It's a pity we can't show you any of them.
No one better covering some dead air. But yeah, this still doesn't look quite right. I do not understand. Guess we can work with it, but no, it looks incredibly broken. Nah, let me try once more. Apologies. This is upsetting. Of course. So, seen any good movies recently?
I have seen, I don't know if they were good, but I have seen some movies, yeah. And now I will need to remember what they were, because they generally happen on airplanes and I sleep through halves of them, and maybe
It's
even
called Airplane?
no, airplane is what the receptacle is called.
Okay,
that I occupy, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I caught up on some of the. How are we for language on this show? Like, are we?
No fucking cursing.
Okay, fair enough. Something my son charmingly calls the Cape shit. I caught up on some of the Cape shit while spending a lot of time on flights this year. None of that was particularly impressive, as the moniker implies, I think, very heavily.
Monica Lewinsky?
Yeah, a feminist icon. Never a bad time to bring up feminist icons like Monica. Are we on air?
I don't know. No one really knows.
We're the Schrödinger broadcast.
No, at this point, since also no one's watching, we're really very close to that Arkham Asylum status where we're just talking to ourselves. But the chess is real, the players are there, and we're about to get our little board back. So things are looking up. Can't promise how long this board is going to last.
But it is on the screen now, and as per usual, Yuangi gives the lie to everything we were saying about. Well, I was saying about the position, because the knight goes not to d8 but to b8, which I sort of understand. I guess you wanted on d7 fighting against the c5 break in the future. I still felt that f7 was a perfectly serviceable square as well.
Yeah, I'm still not obsessed with d5, but that's my general dislike for closing the center. It might be perfectly decent move, because now I can go knight d2 without being bothered by any ed force. You get black to take, and there are a bunch of weak squares. Knight g7, the idea of shutting out this bishop loses some of its menace with white being able to play h4 or f3, bishop f2. So I don't hate it. I guess it's more of a stylistic question. Relevant. Seems fine with what he's doing.
Yeah, it also sort of resolves the issue. The issue in the center makes it easier to make decisions about your king, or not make decisions about your king, as the case may be, because with the center now effectively closed, you can keep it on e1 for pretty much as long as you want. Although you will at some point, I think, want to connect the rooks more than put the king somewhere else. I think it's more about the rooks working together. Do we take on g3 now? Bishop takes h5 doesn't look like something we need to be worried about, right?
No, I guess we go knight d7 and keep waiting here.
Yeah, this doesn't.
No, we're giving up some squares. No, I'd be mildly concerned.
Yeah,
sure how white does it, but there is some potential.
Yeah, in particular, if white somehow manages to get the bishops off the board without allowing h7 takes g6 trades, and then f5 and h5, and all these squares can become very weak. It's all in the future, but yeah, I think we're
we shall find out. Chat is asking, how's Jordan doing? He's retired, but Jordan van Foreest is still very much active. And yeah, not too much is happening, I guess. Queen d8 is asking white, would you like to go a6 and change the structure a little bit? And I'm not sure what the answer is. I'm also not sure what the reply is. You go b6 or
BA is fine, but I think I'm playing b6. I think I'm not that worried about leaving that pawn a7, because like the endgames in which it can be exploited feel very, very far away.
And also, doing a decent drop off.
Yeah. Is it a little bit of a quiet draw for, by the way? Because I think queen d1, queen, they just came from a4 and f6, right? Yeah, so it's potentially a bit of a silent draw for there. Like, instead of queen a4, instead of a6, if we go queen a4, we could have a threefold here.
Is it a threefold already?
No, not yet, but eventually.
It's a queen a4 on the board.
It's a beginning of a threefold, let's put it like that.
Frederiksson does not seem to mind. It's not the strangest thing in the world. The position seems equal hard for either side to make progress. Black is the higher rated player, but also people know Frederiksson is good, so you're not going to go too crazy. Of course, we prefer more bloodshed here. I wouldn't be too surprised if this ended here. We'll find out.
Yeah, and another game in which my earlier statements have been proven to be absolutely incorrect is that Rook E1 into Berlin a couple of doors down, where White is going for something quite potentially exciting on the king side, and Black is saying, I've munched on the A2 pawn. I don't think I'm getting mated. Show me what you got here. If that bishop on C1 wasn't some kind of a good square, you would probably be very, very afraid for Black. But as things are, knight h5 is the most obvious continuation, but it frees up Black to play bishop b6, which I assume is a kind of a logical reply here, because you do want the f7 pawn protected. You might, if allowed, want to actually move the bishop away from f6. And yeah, it feels like with the pieces that White has in the attack, with the bishop on d3, rook f1, queen f3, knight h5, you aren't really generating enough of immediate threats to scare Black too much.
Chad is expecting me to change to the Thailand Chess Federation. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. I think I could make their national team.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The glorious return of young Gustafsson,
the international athlete
of
international man of mystery.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Don't threaten us with a good time.
Try threatening you with a good time.
Yeah, it doesn't.
You do resist.
I make an utmost effort of resisting. Yeah, this is the game between Andrei Sumets and Karen Grigorian, in which we've discussed the structure.
Andrei Sumets was higher rated at some point, no? Wasn't he 2600? I think he beat me once in a Blitz tournament. Then he not only did he beat me, he also gave me a lecture about what I did wrong. He seemed very well informed.
How long was the lecture?
Lecture was a couple minutes. So was the game. Oh yeah, he used to be much higher rated.
Yeah, doing quite well. Black has this very beautiful knight on d4, which isn't really, apart from looking beautiful, doesn't really have as much of an impact on how the game is going as you would have expected. I think actually the biggest job it is doing is protecting the e6 square if Black ever decides to play f6, f5, which could be provoked. And the reason I'm bringing this up is that, let's say Black goes b takes c5. You could definitely make an argument for bishop g5, f6, and then bishop somewhere, maybe e3, maybe f4. I don't know which one I like better. Creating that glaring weakness on the on e6, but the knight on d4 is covering it to a degree. Still not a very pleasant position for Black to play. Having said all that, I think we should probably correct ourselves a little bit, because I think we've been entirely ignoring Vasilij Durabaili. I think we covered his game for about the 90 seconds flat for the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, that's just wrong. Vasilij Durabaili is also playing in the tournament. In the Samant Adiban game, it looks like Adiban is still in big trouble.
Nicely done there, yeah. And some improvements seemingly have been made to the Black position. The structure sort of simplified itself. Black has a majority on the king side, and if only you could stabilize tactically, it feels like you would be okay. But the last couple of moves are probably b4 and rook somewhere to d8, from a to d8, I guess. Yeah, and yeah, White. If White wants, White can have this extra pawn.
How bad is this?
It's not, the most impressive extra pawn in existence, but you still have some tactical issues here with Black, right? Because the knight on g6 is just a very poor piece. Somehow it doesn't really do very much, but if you move it, you're potentially generating other issues for yourself.
Yeah, seems like I'd like to go e5, but even then the construction doesn't look super stable.
Yeah, it's a tempo-oriented position, I think, because if, let's say, after b6 queen e7, if you do give Black a couple of tempi to play, I don't know, e5 queen e6 or e5 knight f8 or something, maybe you're not doing that poorly. e5 knight e7 probably is actually the setup that you should be going for. But rook e3, the move that you were pointing out, is actually, I think, incredibly annoying because rook d3 winning the c6 pawn is, or rook d6 as well.
Yeah, takes it.
Yeah, it's just quite an unpleasant threat. So it's a concrete position.
White should take, yeah, like 5 doesn't do much for us. Takes.
Queen d5 might be an important
Thanks,
move here, yeah, but looks like this is not the maximum that you should be shooting for.
In the pawn down position that we praised earlier, yeah, things have developed as they usually do. Both sides bring their pieces somewhere. But black is just perfectly fine making moves. That's the good thing. Can go rook f8, rook f8.
Yeah.
And start thinking about, do I want to go b5, g5?
Yeah, g5, h5 is often actually not stupid at all. Also with the rook on e3, and seemingly sort of parked on e3 for a reasonably long time now, because you do have to protect the d3 pawn. Rook f8, bishop f8, and knight e7, knight f5 might be very awkward to meet if that happens. Yeah, the knight on c6 is not really doing very much, and freeing up the e7 square to reposition it either on f5 or on g6 is generally good for black in these types of structures. Yeah, I think both of us are just picking black here by this point.
Live rage quitter is saying, "What? Did Jan get a haircut?" That's not likely. I have never gotten a haircut in my life. It just stays there. What about you? What's your haircut policy? How often do you go? What do you say?
I every, I don't know, month and a half or thereabouts, and I've been going to the same place for a few years now, so they kind of know what I want, which is just basically like tidy it up, make it shorter. I never ask for anything specific, just like get rid of some of that excess hair.
It's good to know. Vasif Durabaili, you wanted to tell us about Vasif. What do we know? What don't we know? What do we want to know? Celebrities, what do they know? Do they know things? Let's find out.
Let's find out. Well, he is obviously a celebrity in this tournament, a very strong Azerbaijani player, but not doing so hot today against Alexis Tahai, a player I don't really know very much about, but seemingly playing a very decent game on the black side of the Najdorf. Seems like a very decent position for black now that the pawn on b3.
So the information you've given us about Durabaili is his nationality, right? Or did I miss?
And strength of play,
strength of play,
extreme,
which is 2-6-12.
Extreme, yes. He's the latest bit of news, views, and gossip that I have about Vasif was that he wrote, I guess you should call it a blog post, right, on the topic of how he got knocked out of the, I want to say the Sochi World Cup, where he, I think,
beat Fabi. No, was that it?
No. Question mark. No, there was this weird interaction where basically he lost by playing something which he thought his opponent would never expect from him, but actually in 2021 already he was a bit naive in not realizing that sort of the entire library of his online games is readily available.
And he's not aware of openingtree.com?
Yeah, and he played a pet line which isn't entirely correct, and his opponent, to his dismay, was extremely well prepared for it, and that did not go well.
You can't hide anywhere online. People know.
Yes.
He was unhappy with Rajabov not playing for the Azeri team. No, I read something from him.
And chat says he beat Abdusatorov in that tournament, which sounds about right. I think Fabi lost to somebody else.
Who did Fabi lose to?
Fabi, I think maybe lost to Sindarov.
No.
Okay.
I don't trust chat.
Rounds 1 to 4. Yeah, this is going to be okay. There is a search function which allows us to Jumabayev, yeah, not Sundar.
Jumabayev.
Yeah. Yeah, we could have also read.
We never lost a match to Durabaili. Am I going nuts? Was this the previous World Cup?
I don't remember. I don't remember that, but maybe
I'm going nuts.
Yeah, but as my experience in answering quiz questions during this tournament shows, I should never be asked about even very recent chess history because I just don't remember.
No, I think I'm just wrong. Anyway, Durabaili, who we know many things about, is not doing so hot here. Still, there's stuff to play for. We're not getting mated though.
Yep. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, it's not a very poor position, but at some point it looked like he was doing quite well, and then Black had this forcing operation with trading on G3, B3, and creating enough counter threats that, yeah, equal material. You would argue, I guess, that the Black King is ever so slightly safer because there are more pawns in front of it. Endgames might become a bit better for White though because of the pawn pair in the center, in particular if it gets moving. But so far, hard to see how that comes about.
Yeah, we'll keep revisiting this. And someone decided to play on here in the Svan Fan Race game. As Jordan played King H8.
King H8.
Not exactly a move that instills great fear in your heart, but it's not repeating moves.
Yeah, that it is not.
Rook A1, Rook A8. Felix Svan has had enough. Goes Knight F3. Saying, okay, you can put your horsey here. I do not care. Maybe I want to go. Yeah. But now the king is not ideal in H8. Okay, not much is happening. They're just
the usual kind of shuffling is still going on. Yeah, it's not entirely clear who wants what.
Might jump into C4 instead. Keep an eye on this guy, but we still have 95.
Yeah, if we want to, we can take, I guess, all 4 knights off the board because you normally don't do this to go 96 back.
Black is never better in this structure because these breaks are actually kind of worrying. I've been here, didn't really enjoy the experience. Like, not saying you're much worse, but it's much easier to play with White. You put your pieces here, and then you start hinting at on the king side.
Yeah, I mean, if Black somehow manages to get the pawn from B7 to B4, then maybe there will be some concerns. But even those best case scenarios,
it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, because if you compare sort of the attack against the base of the chain here, the one on C3 doesn't really threaten our king. Whereas if we go F4 or F5 and we actually achieve something on the king side, you might get mated. So, and that was. Actually, I keep on coming back to that because it's not very often that a throwaway remark makes you not exactly reevaluate things, but like see things in a different light. I remember it was in one of the things you recorded together with him when there was this sort of a post-mortem series of videos on the match against Fabi. And Magnus, when describing the strategy of playing those very, very sharp lines of the 95 Sveshnikov, he said, the positions are obviously, I'm paraphrasing, I will probably be not very precise, but the idea of the quote was, positions are obviously very unclear and maybe the machine likes it for White, but if White achieves something on the queen side, you lose a pawn. If I achieve something on the king side, I will give mate. So it's just much easier and much more pleasant to play it from the Black side. And I thought, yeah, that makes perfect sense, actually. And I've been sort of reevaluating some positions from that viewpoint ever since.
Yeah, similar logic in the King's Indian and these classical main lines. Although there, you usually win more than a pawn on the queen side. Speaking of King's Indian, we have a bit of a King's Indian structure now in the Aravind versus Yu Yang Yi game. But this looks like a decent version for Black, no? Like E4, if we take, knight takes, I guess. Just chop off.
Yeah, you still have to figure out how we keep the bishop massive, right?
Somewhere. Which way? This way. Black doing quite all right.
Yeah. I mean, bishop g4, and if you somehow get it to f5 and support it with the other g pawn, you will be quite happy. But obviously, yeah, seems like a bit of a dream scenario. It probably never happens, yeah.
Okay. So his strategy, it's not like it's better or anything, but strategy of keeping the game sort of fluid might be paying off. That
might be paying off,
some
yeah.
chances.
This one is interesting because it feels like Hans has played very heavily into this idea that, I mean, obviously now black is structured completely fine, but the bishop is on f5 and the pawn is f5. Yeah,
we can't go e6.
But apparently we can.
Not recently, but it makes sense here. But sometimes people go for some h5, e6, Christmas tree setup and all these lines. If we go e6, g4?
G4, g5, yeah, and at least you need to consider it. I don't know if the first line is so funny here. Things are already hanging and the machine goes e4 in this position.
Worry about nothing.
Yeah, and this is now an
improvement.
Yeah, computers are a little bit strong in chess. Yeah.
But e6, still not a move you play lightly. You have to be very sure g4, g5 works out well for you.
Okay, and the current main line is just absolutely mind-blowing.
Where can I go after the pawn? h5, black is
this is unplayable. No, you never do this. Yeah, even though once you get shown this line, you can sort of understand why it's unpleasant for white and why black gets a lot of compensation. But I think you stop.
See who lose a pawn and
you stop here. Yeah, you just stop here. You don't go very far. After knight h3.
Okay, so still some questions. No, we gotta cover this guy. C6 maybe, but it's somewhat awkward.
But also, once again, you need to consider at least the move g3, g4, because if you just go back, we can play g5 and maybe win the d5 pawn, right?
Attack more stuff.
Yeah, so it's very concrete. Yeah, I keep on seeing this on my screen and thinking to myself, like, once again, a move that is not possible to make. It says you can play b5 here, which is just
like this. Why?
Yes,
queen b7.
Yeah, we won the b7 square. Yeah, we just won the b7 square for the queen.
Now we're winning.
But yeah, it's just not a move you can play. It's just what the hell.
b5, pretty sick move. Once you see it, makes perfect sense. But who sees?
Yeah, and Wahab Chanal is. Clearly, I mean, he's considering the normal moves in this position, which would be, I guess, e6 to a degree, queen c6, bishop e6 maybe, but it's a bit awkward because it allows e4 and it's very clumsy in general. So yeah, not being a machine is maybe not that much fun with black here.
Being informed that Durabaili only played once against Fabi. It was a draw. So yeah, apologies. Yes, I got Jumabayev and Durabaili. Mix up.
Easy mistake to make.
Let's see.
Jumabayev is a much better billiards player than. This is the bit of trivia.
That's a useful bridge to sell them apart.
So basically, if you're not sure who you're talking to, just invite them to play some Russian billiards with you. And if you get soundly beaten, it's probably Renat.
But I'm bad at it, so Jumabayev might just crush me as well, and I won't have learned anything. Oh no! See, I did it again. Durabaili might crush me.
Nicely done. Yeah, this is not going to be very exciting, is it?
I don't know. It's equal, but I still all the speeches we gave earlier about king safety still apply to some extent. But Jordan doesn't seem overly concerned. White can also go here, keep this quarterback, and as we know, with the knight on d3, this Kasparov structure is very hard to get into any hot water. Knight just covers everything. So a quick tour. Kirill didn't see what to do with the bishops, so he offered up the exchange.
Yeah.
Now he would like to go back, given the chance.
Yeah, given the chance, I think you play bishop c1 here. But still, like, let's say we take on e3 and we just like shuffle forever with black. How are we making progress with white? What's the plan here?
I don't know. I like our chances. Well, say a5 is weak. Queen b6 at an opportune moment.
Yeah, actually, if we get the queens off the board and then return the knight to c4, the pawn on e5 is actually quite vulnerable.
Yeah.
No, the knight has to stay on f6 because allowing bishop. If you allow bishop g4, I will no longer have any questions about what we're doing here with white. That would be very unpleasant. But yeah, maybe
There's a little to work with. Kartikeyan always looks very focused. It's now completely winning. Nice.
Whoa.
Either winning the queen or the king.
Yeah. How did that happen? Something quite bad happened to
Tricked him.
Yeah, so queen g3.
So we've seen this, queen g3, 94 was apparently no good. Now the opposite color bishops. The bishop enters the game. White just wins. Move to play was queen a1, going deeper into.
Could we play 98 though? I mean, queen a1 is a difficult move, but do we lose if we play 98?
No,
not really. Yeah,
we'll get asked some questions.
Yeah, but it gets awkward because there's all this jumping around going on, and I still don't understand. Say why rook b8 is losing here, but okay. Now bishop a3 and my queen, I guess, never comes out. Yeah, it's just and also queen f8 mate is a bit of a threat, which I did not appreciate originally. But but 94 is it's actually a very important little bit of geometry that you need to be aware of, which is that here after queen e5, suddenly you realize that you just cannot. You're always one tempo short to play f6 because the bishop is vulnerable and you get mated.
You just completely lost all of a sudden. Opposite color bishops here.
Yeah,
things can go quickly.
So let's say you play bishop g5 here, and you just insta lose to bishop b2 and rook f6. I don't know. There's going to be one rook f8 there. It's the same.
It's the way. Threatening rook a1 and here.
We wait until there's no check from b1, and then we give that mate. And very similar things happened in the game where instead of bishop g5. Not allowing this is kind of important. Right now it's just resignable. So once again, I get proven completely wrong in my opinions about the winning chances provided by various openings, because this will be a bit of a miniature actually. And
I informed you thusly.
Absolutely, you did inform me thusly, and I listened attentively and ignored it.
That's what I did. Bishop g5, f6, bishop e3 played here. We just talked about this. And f5, I would never go f5 unless it's winning in these positions. Like, that's the one square these 8,000 white pieces really love to get access to.
Yeah, but this is why he played. This is why he played g5. Yeah, I understand. But his previous move was very connected with this. And it's interesting that the engine dislikes it so much, because you are actually getting two pieces for the rook, right? But he just goes rook e6 here and says white is better for some reason.
It's not that obvious, actually.
Yeah, rook f7 or rook f6. I would not be at all sure if I was doing well here with white, but the engines do appear to think this is setting the position very short. In the meantime, in our game between the biggest rating mismatch of the round continues to be a very sort of evenly contested game here with, I guess Andrei made some progress, and I don't see 4 looks pretty nice, and Black did not really.
Yeah, Chad is asking me, is 1800 a decent rating? It's a very decent rating, I would guess. The average club player is like 1500, 1600. So 1800 is a good above average player, but you don't expect an 1800 to beat 3 titled players
in a row.
So yeah, it's surprising what Kushal has been able to do here. Today, he's being massaged.
Yeah, it felt like he was probably doing okay at some point, but he, in the last 5 moves, white got the knight from f1 to c4, well supported by the pawn on b3, and Black did pretty much nothing. So yeah, the trend definitely is in Isakenko's favor here. Adiban is in a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, because he chose not to even play queen d7 there, which is a very, very shocking choice.
Oh, he took on c5.
Yeah, queen c5 is a move I would not have even considered, honestly, in this position. Like, this just doesn't look right.
c3 nicely played, giving the knight to d4 square. You lose, basically. Huh?
Yeah, it looks lost. It looks completely lost. I don't know, maybe he thought knight f4 is something, but
Now he has c5. And
Now he has c5, but yeah, queen e4 first, so queen f5. Yeah, queen f5, queen takes h5. Honestly, does look fairly logical. Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, it's not like his position after queen d7 was good, but this looks lost.
Less bad, sure.
Yeah. And the other one will look dangerous, but maybe salvageable. Very strange choice by the beast.
Not a good day. He did get under pressure. Out of the opening. Openings are important, kids. Chessable, fortunately, has many repertoires.
Many an opening repertoire. Yes. And he is playing against somebody who is 16 years old.
They normally know that stuff.
And probably pretty good at chess, yeah.
As we've established.
The
younger you are, better you are at chess. So you had less time to forget stuff.
Absolutely. This is exactly how these things are.
Knight e8, bishop e7, queen e7, knight b6 is not great. So you take with the knight. Yeah, white just keeps being better. No?
Yeah.
Whereas,
yeah, the knight on c4 is just such a beautiful piece and so difficult to challenge. Yeah,
doesn't help.
Yeah. Rage Quitter says Adiban should maybe spend less time analyzing 1b3. That's unfair. He's just had a course on 1e4 released, so he clearly has done a lot of work on.
Also, I've been told he didn't actually spend that much time analyzing 1b3.
Were you told that by him?
Okay. As roommate, Arafat. That's a lie. I'm sure he was.
Yeah.
How's Ivanchuk doing?
Doing fine, but I don't know how easy it is to win this position with Black. Black obviously has perfectly good compensation. You can cash in the second pawn on e4 by abandoning your bishop pair. You're still going to be completely fine. But yeah,
the structure sort of stops you from creating a serious pass. I know this was tough.
Yeah. In fact, the engine prefers not taking on e4, which is, I think,
engine likes bishops.
Yeah, engine says, yeah, in order to preserve some
just
playability. Yeah, Black is never ever worse here, whatever you do, but it's maybe not the most he could have gotten out of the opening that he had.
A very sharp touring. Yeah, Woodward against Korobov.
He gave some
the
material.
eye test said white was better, but the computer test says black is doing fine
because the
computer can count pawns.
Yeah.
Probably.
Whoa.
What happened here?
Yeah, white went for something dramatic somewhere.
Takes. So far, so good.
And we went d5, cd5, c5 here, which apparently is quite strong. But after knight c8, the engine says you have to go in bishop takes f5.
Go for violence. Yeah, certainly not trying to play cautiously here, Woodward against Korobov. But they have many chances. Not here. I would seriously consider playing this move and then just chilling.
Yeah.
White can never be worse. Could maybe be better. But yeah, now after queen b2, apparently black is in time, although it still looks very scary to me.
Yeah, you're definitely generating a lot of threats, but yeah, knight h5 apparently somehow stabilizes.
Yeah. Korobov, just a very strong practical player, not afraid of messes, calculating, fighting chess. So probably an excellent open player.
What's the time situation like?
7+7.
Yeah, 14 minutes for Woodward and 38 for Anton there. So he has plenty of time to work out what to do.
Can actually just play the box. In the Aryan Chopra against Irina Bulmaga game, looks like Chopra made some progress here by hitting the c6 pawn. So we've debated this position. Queen f5 is a bit asking for it, no? Provoking bishop g4.
Well, she meant specifically to play queen d3, and the pawn on c3 is very vulnerable, but rook e6 is a good reply. Why can't we go rook c8? That's very concrete. Yeah, you actually just give up on c3 and then
I don't really get it.
Yeah,
We give the pawn and now
just play bishop.
we make moves.
Yeah,
Just
yeah. None of this is at all obvious to me. But yeah,
Black is a bit stuck in. Nothing really moves. But yeah, to spot that and to know what is better here, what to feel, it's not easy. So still all to play for. Eltash Safarli is back on the live courts. Last position is not too exciting. I guess it's still.
Well, it's actually a reasonably sharp endgame. We've somehow won the h-pawn with check, I assume, but the king will now have to run forward, and yeah, it's a reasonably sharp endgame. Let's see.
Felix Vane, the German youngster. We can see him on the top board, or it's not the top board actually. Yu Yang is always on the top board, but we can't see him. So on the top board, we can see the upper left corner, Felix Vane in the red and blue jacket against Jordan van Foreest.
Yeah, he took his time figuring out what he wanted to do with the remaining knight there, but it is now off the board. Yeah, this is just a very level position. Yeah.
It was a big decision. Knight d3 or knight takes c4. I guess neither changed the equilibrium dramatically. But I still prefer white, just structurally. We ever managed to build up here. But I guess Jordan will find ways to keep white a little busy on the queen side. Even if this rook moves maybe a6.
Yeah,
shouldn't be too bad.
It's difficult to completely abandon the queen side until you trade the a5 pawn for the b7 pawn somehow. So yeah, it feels pretty balanced. It's they already could have they had the option of
Jordan decided to
calling it quits,
but very much his right being the 150 points I rated, 120 whatever, and more experienced player. So far, he hasn't managed to make Felix Vane's life particularly uncomfortable.
Yeah. What do we think of Yuangi's decision to close everything down? It's surprising, right? I thought I think we both liked.
We went f4
yes.
once again. I can never guess any of his moves. Usually they're still okay moves. But also white wasn't forced to play g4. No? Like, could certainly make a case for this, but probably was worried about potential issues here. Computer says it's just much better for white.
Yeah, but it's because it just goes c5 there, which I'm not sure how obvious this is yet. Computers are very serious pissed, yeah.
For a5, again, computer wants c5. Why is this so great? If we just go dc, then
no, bishop b5 knight. No, this I can understand. It's more of a question as to why knight takes c5 is not that great, considering that after b4 stuff still comes off along the a file. But at least initially, it likes the idea of trading the c pawn for the b7 pawn.
No,
it has now, the equal
curved its enthusiasm a little bit.
Yeah,
doesn't look like white's winning here.
Yeah.
Okay, so b4 played by Aravind. Short castles. He finally feels comfortable to put his king where it belongs.
Honestly, it feels like a kind of a position where white sort of needs to be quite fast and quite concrete, unless like if you give black time to play rook a7, rook f8, and knight f6, you're sort of in trouble everywhere because you are always under some threat of losing the control over the a file, and also black at some point will just play king h7, h5, knight takes h5, knight g3, and start coming in from the other side as well. I don't think we're very worried about the c5 break. You can maybe try playing knight b3 sort of as early as possible to get black to commit to something on the queen side. Either a b, and black is not in time to double, or b6, and maybe we can play b takes a5. I don't know, without the trade. So yeah, but I think long term only black wins this.
Yeah, I'm not obsessed with how this went. For white, what's Chad up to? I miss when they were blue. Yeah, we should change that back. Can we get blue as the key color for our green screen again? We're not blue enough.
Definitely.
What else is happening in the Puranics? So Chad, I don't know how to pronounce the name. Sochesky game.
I would go with
Crazy
Sitges,
approach by
but,
Black. Yeah, we debated that quickly. The eye test isn't so bad, really.
Yeah.
Because you do get 2 pieces.
Mhm.
But computer strongly disagrees with Black's approach.
Yeah, and says
really
here,
any move, any square.
like even the end games apparently are not great. Like it goes queen e2 and claims that end game is a bit better for white as well, which is really surprising.
So if I was shown this position with the 2 bishops, my first instinct wouldn't be, Black is in big trouble.
And it's not big trouble.
No,
but it prefers white in every,
a little bit,
but it still prefers white in every single one of these, which really is a bit surprising to me as well. Yeah, I wouldn't be at all certain about it. Yeah. So we have some interesting positions. I think the most surprising one is just how horribly Adiban is doing.
He didn't get out of the opening, and then he made things much worse by taking on c5.
Mhm.
That's too much. Bad opening, plus and throwing away the last line of defense here.
Yeah, giving up the pawn on e6 with check is just
maybe
very
c3, but his position wasn't great without.
Yeah, even without, just for sort of my peace of mind, let's put g3 on the board and ask the machine if we're doing well here. But not just still completely lost, right? Yeah, this is just so surprising. Like this looks absolutely lost.
Yeah, tough day at the office for the beast, but he had won all his games so far. So the tournament very much continues. Korobov
did find knight h5, which we expected to happen, and and now Black is solid and also very important just to pawn up. So if you give Black time to, I don't know, play king h7, queen somewhere in knight e7, knight g6, you will be completely winning. So you have to find some immediate counterplay, but I don't know where you get it here.
Neither. This position, only Black's better. It's not very exciting, but Manuel Petrosyan avoided the early move repetition and has been proving so far this was a good decision.
Absolutely.
Just playing solidly. The white weakened himself a little bit with f3. He opened center, so the king is never 100% comfortable with pawning. No, doesn't get better.
Yeah. Comfortable Sicilian middle game for Manuel here for sure.
Nightbot keeps asking, how does 12 days of chess on the beach, beer tastings, and many other fun activities with some of the world top GM sound? Sounds pretty good, Nightbot.
Sounds excellent.
Where do I sign up?
Too late. We missed it.
No fun activities for us. That's by choice.
It is very
choose
much
fun.
by choice, yes.
We chose something else. I choose to now briefly look at the Eltash Safarli game. Who's better, can keep his pawn. Pawn is good. Yep. That's the expert input. You came here for. We should also inform you that since I think today, at least we heard about it today, the group is working with the Norwegian Refugee Council to help refugees all over the world in these strange times we're living in, with the Chess Solidarity Christmas project. So you can check that out on the screen. See the command in the chat. Yeah, if you want to know more about it, please have a look. And we will have a break, then come back with pretty exciting round. Thanks for sticking with us. Hans Niemann will be all over the next segment. See you then.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at Chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see. I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
It's the first edition of our chess festival here in Formentera. We host the chess festival in Sitges. I think it's a special place because it's a unique location. We have very nice views, we have very nice beaches.
My experience here has been extremely nice. It's a perfect location to play chess. We are in a fantastic hotel here in the beautiful island of Formentera, which is paradise. And you can see even the beach from your balcony in your room. Tournament combines chess and holidays, and there are a lot of parallel activities. You can play ping pong tournament, you can play volleyball tournament.
For instance, we have seminars from different grandmasters and
chess master classes or chess conferences. And we also have a couple of blitz tournaments. Related to Spanish cultures. Our goal is always to have people have fun and have a chess holiday.
Yeah, this tournament is basically for everyone. You can be a professional chess player who just is very much focused at chess part, and the conditions are good enough to do that too.
I expect to play some decent chess at least, and yesterday I lost against Gustafsson, super grandmaster from India. But besides chess, I expect to have a lot of great moments and memories with my friends here in this beautiful island.
Welcome back, everybody. The fourth round of the Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival is still in full swing. We're here in the lovely Sunway Playa y Golf Hotel in Sitges, very close to Barcelona. We went to town today, Peter. We had a look around.
Yes.
Seems like a nice place.
It is a very nice Spanish seaside town. Yeah, very enjoyable, kind of a quiet vibe. Something that is very dear to my heart. A lot of people walking their dogs on the promenade.
They have dogs.
They have dogs, yes.
They have restaurants, cafes, barbershops,
all the things.
Supermarkets,
yeah.
The beach, or the bitch, as Pepe Cuenca calls it. And it's a good place. Good old Catalonia. Always nice to be here. What's up, chat?
Chat says we got raided by Hikaru, which is not an everyday occurrence. So thanks very much for that. And I just took a look, and Hikaru convincingly defeated Michal Sarin in the semifinal of the Speed Chess Championship. So congrats to the man himself, and welcome to all the Hikaru viewers for the 30 seconds.
Shocking, do we have people? No, they left. Right?
That cannot possibly be true. Yeah, I'm sure the people have realized we are, first of all, not here, and secondly, talking about classical chess. And but for those 5 of you who stayed, we really appreciate the support, and we will endeavor to be more exciting and excited in this little segment.
I'm not sure if this is real. It is. Whoa. Welcome. My name is Jan Gustafsson. This is Peter Svidler, famous chess player who looks exactly like German comedian Bastian Pastewka. That's his other claim to fame. And we're covering an open tournament, but a pretty strong open tournament with a bunch of players very close to 2,700. Yu Yang-Yi, the top seed with 2,728. Then Hans Niemann. Not sure if you heard of Hans Niemann. I think he's been a bit in the news recently. Is also playing against Vahap Shanal. Young-ish Turkish player today. They both won all their games so far. And Hans, spring pressure. How did Shanal keep it on?
Yeah, he played Queen C6, understandably. Yeah, G4, Bishop H6, E3. And then he made what I assume is maybe a slightly imprecise decision to... something has gone wrong somewhere, because this doesn't look so tragic yet. But, fast forward to the current position, and it really doesn't look great at all for Vahap Shanal.
So Bishop C8, B6 business apparently was a little slow. Queen goes to the corner, Bishop A3. No, Hans Hans just has better pieces.
Yeah. And this setup on the king side is also not going to survive for very long, because eventually you will get hit by h2, h4, and you will have a very unfortunate and difficult decision. Like bishop takes f4 is very unattractive, with the bishop on a3 being so prominent. Further weakening dark squares is not going to be great. But if you don't really have a very good reply to g4, g5 with everything hanging. So yeah, seems like over the course of the last, 5 to 7 moves, Hans made a lot of progress and is now much better.
Where's Hans? He was just in the frame, but now he left again. So the players we can see are Jordan van Foreest. It's the very handsome young man in the upper, is that the left corner? It's on the right corner of the screen, but it's left corner of the hall, so I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, playing against Frederick Svane there in the nice red and black windbreaker. And the people at the forefront are Kirill Alexeyenko playing with the white pieces against Matthew Wadsworth.
Wow. You read that from the screen?
I did, yes.
Because we have Mr. Wadsworth and Mr. Woodward both in action today, has led to great confusion.
It doesn't really take very much to confuse us, and this is definitely enough.
To get out of it.
Yeah, Kirill Alexeyenko is now somehow, despite more and more pieces coming off, his advantage appears to be increasing. I would suggest playing h5 ourselves with white here before black has any chance to play h5. Yeah, is a good idea.
Also, it's unpleasant always when you have this setup where the opponent's on h6 already, hg is looming. There's no good way to resolve it because you give up the square.
Yeah. I assume you ignore it for now. You play like the rook on a6 is the poorest piece we have here as black, so we go rook a8. But we don't really threaten anything, and white can definitely perhaps try to use the fact that the king side is now softened by doing something there, like knight g4. I don't know if immediately after some preparation or something. Pleasant position for white. Still no immediate way to land a killing blow, but clearly a pleasant position.
Kirill will keep chipping away. What can you tell us about Kirill Alexeyenko, the man there in the gray hoodie? He's still only 21. He's been around for a while. How can he be 20?
It's unfair, right? They don't seem to
age.
Yeah, like everything else goes extremely fast, but these kids just don't age. It's not how it should be.
He should age a little.
Yeah, age a little, as is. Like live a little, age a little.
So you can't tell us anything about Kirill?
He's a great shisha aficionado.
Shisha?
Yes. Does a lot of
shisha bars?
Shishaing, yeah. Understands the craft very well. Could probably get hired as a shisha specialist on the spot.
Is that a job description? Shisha specialist?
I do not know what they're called. Like a shisharista.
Shisharista, yeah. As far as I know, he's based in Spain now. I'm not sure there's much of a shisha culture in Spain. I haven't seen it that often. Maybe he could open his own shisha store.
Perhaps this is something for the future, but for now, I think he still has some chess aspirations.
Yeah. Don't waste that opportunity. h5 on the board, as is rook to a8. We're being asked if it's cold in Spain. It's not warm, but today was a good day. Today we had sunshine. I don't know how warm it was. 14 degrees?
Maybe even a bit higher than that. Yeah, I saw 17 on my phone screen at some point.
We had lunch outside. Wasn't cold. It's beautiful. You can see Hans. He's rocking the olive shirt, but he has a jacket. Some mixed messages by his clothing there.
Yeah, and yet again, we see somebody occupying that absolutely fabulous spot that completely blocks the camera and makes the viewing pleasure somewhat diminished. But there we go.
Okay, games we've been following.
Hang on a second.
I'm hanging.
This is suddenly +2.5.
What has Jordan done? Has he blundered something? Because rook a6, he clearly wants to go rook takes b2. Apparently, it's not great.
And then you get mated after queen c1. I guess what why is this mate exactly?
Say, for starters, rook c8 you can't go because of rook a8.
This
so we go king g7. Let's say.
Rook a8 will be somewhere.
Why is it so bad? We're just not in time to cover everything.
Yeah, queen rook f7, queen f4 is just mate, I guess. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, Jordan, who basically declined a draw for earlier in the game, is now in tremendous danger if Frederik Svanne kind of calls his bluff there. And I think like how much?
It doesn't look like you're risking much, right?
Just 10 minutes, yeah, 10 minutes, and this is move 38. Yeah, you definitely dedicate at least some time to rook takes a6.
It's exciting. Jordan van Foreest refused to repeat moves earlier. Obviously, the high-rated player, the winner of the Vikings tournament 2021. I spent a lovely month in Thailand with Jordan. Not what you think, but also some of what you think. During the Carsten Nepomniachtchi match where we were working for Magnus from Thailand, because from where else would you do it? And I got to know him very well. But this is, he's just
I
taking
think
too much risk and not for that much reward, right? It's not like he's ever better even if white.
Yeah, this is also entirely safe. Like you can play queen e4 there or whatever, and he's just kind of pushing it a little bit too far. And
will he get punished? His computer says you should recapture here, but obviously,
but then
not happening.
Well, I mean, probably is honestly if rook takes a6 happens and Frederick has some time left, I think Jordan needs to pause.
I think once he go here, it will be so hard not to take on b2. But we'll see if he realizes he's losing in every line.
So suddenly a lot of intrigue in this game, which really did appear to be extremely quiet and wasn't really going much of anywhere we assumed, but could yet be true. But if rook a6 happens, it will be
let's check this again. Queen c1. We go somewhere. There's no good square.
There's just no good square, yeah.
And white doesn't need to threaten mate in one. Yeah, it's sort of
even queen f4 is completely winning here. Yeah,
slowish.
Yeah, there's just no counterplay, and your king is extremely unprotected. Yeah,
and not played rook 1 to a2. Frederik Svanne believed his high-rated opponent.
Yeah,
he's trying to make a draw. Frankly, here he's hoping for something like
and this is why these things
slightly worse. Not dramatically, but here you pick black. Oh, that was big a chance for Frederik Svanne.
Yeah, and honestly, the more we watch this, the more I feel that I should have gone with 3 instead of 5 in our question as to how many people will have 100% after this round.
I said 4.
You said 4, and 4 is good, but like I was debating whether to take 3 or 5, and I took 5. It really doesn't look like it's very likely.
Could still happen. Hans is somewhat better. Stuff happening in the Yu Yang Yi game.
Also, not the stuff we were expecting to be happening.
What's going on here? Looks like white made some progress.
Yeah.
Does he want? No, but he doesn't have time for bishop e4.
Yeah, you're never exactly in time to get this tactic in because the queen will be taking on a1, of course, not the knight. Yeah, I don't think this is horrible, but white definitely made a lot more progress than black on the other side of the board. I don't think you ever have any time for, let's say, queen h7, queen h2, which means that white is entirely safe and you have to dedicate some energy to making sure you don't just lose on the queen side.
I mean, to correct your grammar, your English. It's amazing. I'm not sure how you learned, but I don't think you ever has.
Very fair point. Very fair point. In the meantime, the Habshanal on board 2 did end up taking on 4, and yeah, this position just looks kind of horrible now. I guess if you give black a lot of time to stabilize, you might, I don't know. I don't even know where these pieces belong now. Like the queen probably goes back to d8 or f8. The bishop on a6 probably stays on a6, but Yeah, even slow playing this with white, you never equalize with black, but you also might just be getting made.
Great job to restrict all these stupid pieces.
Yeah.
And F5 problem is good.
Yeah, the bigger problem is you are apparently just getting overrun after F5 and then rook E1. And
not obvious. The sequence F5, G4, rook E1, but not surprising white when you can do stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and on the topic of Yuangi's name, it probably is Yangi Yu, but
no.
It's not?
I mean, Yu is his family name, but in Chinese you say the family name first, so it's very much Yu Yangi.
Okay. What else do we have? We have this where, I thought this wasn't very clear, but the engine says there is never any attack on the king side, just continue winning stuff on the queen side. You are not under any threats as queen takes a7 +3, or even knight takes a7 +3. I thought f4 f3 was annoying enough that you had to dedicate some energy to maybe stopping it or blunting the threats, but it just goes f3 g3 and says you don't have any attackers. All of your pieces are on the 7th and the 8th, which frankly, I can believe. The more you think about it, the more you, let's say queen.
Always a bit scary to go g3, but.
But we just go king h2 and we just ignore everything. Put the knight on c6 and continue as if nothing is happening.
F2 pawn.
The pieces are just way too far away from the white king side, so you don't really have any threats. In that weird martially typed Petrov and Puranik against Sahachki, still likes white. Yeah, we've even given up the pawn on a2 and it still likes white. I guess simply because of the king safety.
Run deep on.
Yeah, very interesting game. Lots to discuss. We have the usual problem with open tournaments like this is that there's just so much stuff happening that there's no real way to go in depth on any one game. But
it's heartbreaking.
This one really does look like it would have been fun to discuss at length.
Sometimes I have a feeling we have different ideas.
Not really, I just pretend better.
Must be nice. Knight c6 played, which I guess also fine, but why lure this queen?
Yeah, like really asking for queen h4, which is, I don't know. Yeah, and the engine says even this is winning, just giving up the pawn on h3, playing bishop f1 and continuing unperturbed. But I don't know. This is some really.
J.R. Magnus is saying, I thought that because isn't Ding Liren's first name Liren? Yeah, how does that refute the logic that you say the family name first in Chinese? That matches our theory, no? Which is not a theory. That's a fact. That question has come up many a time. Anyway. Queen h4
play. Now you kind of have to play g3, because if you allow f takes g2, the position really does become. Maybe he wanted queen d8, but queen d8 you're really asking for things, But still supposedly absolutely winning somehow, because white is just so much better everywhere else that even giving up a very healthy pawn on h3 doesn't change the evaluation pretty much one bit. But wouldn't have been my first, second, or third choice really in that spot.
I just blundered it. I could not avoid that fork.
Yeah, there are things happening in the Ajiban game which probably indicate the game is about to be over, because otherwise I don't see why you would play that move.
Where's Ajiban?
There.
Here. And g5.
Yeah, very concrete. Yeah. Well, you have to take, obviously, and then after queen takes g6, I'm guessing GH is somehow losing to direct mate of some sort.
Apparently it's a two-mover, queen e6, and you can't stop this.
Yeah, queen e6, queen g5, queen e6 check. Okay, fair enough. And basically everything is completely tied up, and you lose. Yeah, the engine suggests the best move in this position is king g8, which loses another 5 or 6 pawns with checks. So that probably is not going to get played because of how hopeless it is. I think you do kind of close your eyes and go GH here, and if it loses, it loses, because those other options don't seem to be offering too much in a way of hopes. Yeah, some position like this, I don't think you ever go for this. You just know you lose. Whereas after GH, maybe white fails to find some kind of a killing blow, and you continue playing.
We're being informed that Hikaru won against Nihal in the Speed Chess Championship. We didn't have time to follow it. Was it a close match?
It was reasonably close, I think. I think he won the bullet portion very convincingly, but the 5-1 and the 3-1 were competitive. There were a bit too many games for me to count properly. I think it looked like maybe he won like +1 bow in both 5-1 and 3-1, and then quite comfortably won the 1-1.
Strange thing about Nihal is he's incredibly good in blitz, and his strategy is he will let his time run down to 30 seconds and then play like a genius. But somehow that strategy doesn't seem to work in bullet for him, which is
the core of game needs to be on the screen while we discuss it. Yeah, that's very cute.
Rook B3.
That is very
Anton.
cute. Anton, yeah. Yeah. We're being told that Hikaru won 5+1 and drew 3+1 even. So yeah.
So we're on our way towards the dream final. Carlsen Nakamura.
Aren't we there already? Is Magnus still has to play?
Was Magnus's match the semifinals?
Let me
He beat Fabi, I thought. It was the quarters. I think he's playing the winner of MVL versus So.
Oh yeah. So he's playing hang on. Where's the
winner of MVL versus So?
Yes, that. Absolutely that. Hasn't MVL already happened already? I thought it was yesterday, but there's so much stuff.
MVL won.
MVL, yeah, that's what I thought. But you were so convincing that
No, I'm still right. He's playing the winner of MVL versus So. It happens to be MVL, which let's learn. And Korobov won.
Yeah,
with some cute tactics here. Why do we resign?
Rook G2 is a bit
Rook
good.
G2 is fortunate. Rook G2 wants Bishop C6 really, but
Rook of 3. I blundered Rook of 3. Okay.
It's completely winning for black in all the lines.
Yeah.
And also this.
This is also not bad at all. Yeah,
fun.
Not bad at all. So yeah, it actually became competitive because Anton there around move 28-ish when we left it somewhere there. And yeah, here after Queen F2, he made a very strange waiting move A6, after which it became competitive again. Like Queen F6 does look very, very natural, preparing 97 immediately. And yeah, why we are wasting time on A6 is unclear.
But he
continued keeping things under control and eventually found this very beautiful Rook B3 shot. And that's but he wasn't on 3 out of 3, right? He wasn't 2.5 out of 3.
I have no idea, but he's not that high on the board, so apparently he dropped half on someone.
Yeah, so he's on 2.5 out of 3, and we
3.5 out of 4 now.
Yeah, 3.5 out of 4, yeah. As will be some other people.
Wow. That's why they pay you the big bucks.
Absolutely, yes. Big bucks are very much being paid here. And Queen D8 did happen in the Sumit's Grigorian game. I don't understand anything. First of all, Queen D8 happened, and secondly, Black did not play Bishop F6, which I thought, like, including FG should be of benefit to us, I would have thought. But
yeah, it looks like a logical enough move. Queen F4, but now G3. Okay, once Queen D2.
But then, yeah, Bishop F1 and
hope for the best.
Yeah, you can play D3, but you still are not really creating very many threats.
Although you're a little concerned.
Yeah, but the move the machine makes here is just so difficult to make with your hand. I think, like in Blitz game, it's just so difficult to give up control over the D4 square. Because if something goes wrong and you blunder the F2 pawn, this is where the game just ends, and not the way you would like. Yeah, we'll see how this ends.
I want to see if Samant gets the job done here.
He's got Rook E3. Yeah, Queen E6 is immediately winning.
Start with Rook E3, which
still
not
not bad. Yeah, still not bad. Why is king g8 so... because king g8 we can still win in exactly the same fashion, right? We go queen e6, check, rook e5. And despite the king no longer being on f8, we're still giving immediate mate to black. The rook takes h5.
Check.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Samant is from the same city as Frichirov in the chat.
Pune, yeah.
Pune in Maharashtra. No Pune intended.
None whatsoever.
Probably none taken. Yeah.
Just
rough day for Adiban.
Just a very comfortable win for someone who I would guess just out-prepared Adiban in the opening and then just never relinquished control. Kirill Alexeyenko seems to probably just be winning now, I would guess, right? Because, yeah, everything is collapsing. Prince Ivan is a nice little geometrical detail here, threatening knight f5 or even the immediate rook h6 in some positions. Yeah, things are just falling apart here.
So let's make a move. Knight e4. Anything wins, yeah? If especially Jeff. Why is this so obvious? Computer. It is, of course. But yeah, we're winning the queen, which is a good start. And then the horsey, which is a good follow-up. Okay. Kirill coming through.
Absolutely.
In the Frederiksvanne versus Johan van Fore's game, where Frederiksvanne missed this big chance earlier to actually probably win the game. Rook takes a6. Now things are headed towards a draw, as they were for pretty much all the games except for that.
Yeah, there was this very, very short period where
I guess you can just keep checking.
Yeah, you don't need to do very much here.
King ventures here, although I don't know if this is too adventurous.
Yeah, remains equal.
Yeah, still not that much to work with for black.
Not a lot now.
Questions about the time control. They play 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move, and then on move 40, which you can't see on the screen, but we can inform you. They get 30 extra minutes. This game is way past move 40, so they have a lot of time. But some others should just be approaching time trouble, like this one, 32.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a bit shocking just how lost this position actually is with best play, because it does look like there should be some problems for white, and should be a bit more difficult than you would expect. But now machine just wins it very, very comfortably. And we have our first guest for the round. We thought the game was still going on, but clearly it isn't, because he's here. The 5-minute delay is very much in effect, I guess.
I wonder how it ended, but he can probably tell us. Kirill Alexeyenko, welcome. Just join us. Should. Oh no.
Yeah.
Kirill, welcome. Congratulations. Are we still?
We're still not
stuck.
Not in the screen.
Can we zoom out?
Yeah, let's.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean,
nothing. We should wait. Okay. Good enough. So tell us everything.
Well, I didn't get very much in the opening. I think it's just typical line after bishop g4 if we take on f3. So
would you go e5 or e6 here? We always debate.
Yeah, if you had this mission with black, would you play e5 or e6?
With black? Yeah, I would prefer to play e6 because after e5, it's a little bit boring for black. Otherwise, when I was preparing, I didn't like this e5 for white as well, yeah, because I have so much ideas in this position. I mean, obviously, it's like it's slightly better without any other chances to lose, but for me, it's quite difficult to convert this. I'm not sure about knight c5, not e6, but during the game, I thought it still should be fine. Queen e2, knight f6, c3. I was always a bit afraid of some place with h5. I'm not sure exactly in this position because maybe now h5 I can meet with h4, and it's a little bit difficult for black to push g5.
Yeah, you're not really prepared yet for this.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's why. Okay, after a5, I was not sure if he was ever thinking about this, but still, yeah, I thought it's very important to play rook d1. I didn't want in the future to trade the rooks on d file because I was not really sure should I or not.
Ooh, you want?
Yeah, but I was really afraid even with a5 and a4 that because my problem is once I play knight d2, I'll show you, it doesn't matter, maybe a4, let's say. If he goes queen c7, for instance, knight d2.
Now you can play h5, h4,
now,
g5.
exactly, yeah. So that was my problem because now h4, g5. So I played rook d1 first, just I was maybe a bit afraid of knight c5 or maybe bishop c5 and queen e7 already. So I thought, yeah, maybe rook d1 is a little bit more clever, queen c7 and 4. Yeah, that was the moment because now h5 he could play probably, but it's not that clear. h4, g5, and probably I just take and play knight b3 or something like this.
Yeah, the machine wants the immediate knight b3 as well. I don't know. It's probably something that looks scarier than it actually is.
Yeah, during the game I thought it's the best version I could get if he wants to push h5. But just as he played, it's completely fine. Yeah, castle, knight c4. I didn't understand what he played with rook a8, but even though it's not that bad, yeah. So I would prefer to play with rook f8 just because there is no reason for rook to stay on f8. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but still, probably I understood why he played because now if I play bishop e3, I think I don't get much. So he takes. I think yeah, he takes first on e3, queen e3, and b4.
And knight b6 is not the tempo. Or...
Yeah, that's why actually during the game I was thinking that was the reason why he played with rook a8, but still it was only one of my options to play bishop e3 immediately. So still somehow rook f8 I like much more than rook a8, yeah, because for me it looks a little bit weird. Rook d8. So yeah, if bishop e3 doesn't work immediately, I have to play very slow. Rook d8, rook d8, h4. Okay, after h6, I realized that he really has no idea what to do with black, yeah? Because h6 is a move that it looks like he's defending from bishop g5. I'm not sure I was ever gonna play bishop g5. That's why h6 looks for me a bit, like a first time that he has no idea about this position. So he just decided that he's worse and he will try to defend, but step by step by all my threats.
Computer's first move is rook a8, so it doesn't look like black has that many constructive things to do.
Yeah, but the idea that he has to play a bit more active. So for instance, okay, h6, king h2, king h7 is okay, I think. Yeah, bishop e3, I thought the main move for him is to play b6 here. I thought it's very principled. At least you have an idea now to take on e3 and play knight c5. So I was not really sure actually about b6. So I think b6 was quite a good move. Yeah, now I was even thinking to go back with bishop d2 or something like this. But it's very hard to create something with white because unfortunately bishop g4 is not working here.
Well, it's also the nature of the position, no? You're a little more comfortable, but if he doesn't do anything wrong, it's hard to break through.
Okay, I think rook a8 is definitely a small mistake, but not that decisive. Okay, rook d1. Okay, maybe it's not even a mistake, but if his idea was to play rook a6, definitely it was.
Yeah, and then suddenly this rook is so misplaced that you can start.
Yeah, actually, I don't know what was his idea after rook a6, because I'm not sure b5 is even the threat, yeah, because I can take on b5 and knight a3. Somewhere. Maybe. Okay, maybe b5 was a point. Yeah. Okay, I didn't calculate his next move because after bishop g4, somehow I felt in this position that I'm very close to winning after bishop f5, g6, bishop e6, bishop c5, and queen f3. And I found that king g7, I have rook d7. But then I saw that he has queen e7 and some moves like bishop c8 has no sense.
It was surprising to me because I saw you play bishop g4 and I thought, okay, I sort of understand what you're doing, but we're trading more pieces and the structure is so symmetrical.
But I thought it's the best way to...
No, but I think you're right. And it was just so surprising to me, just sort of how important it is that the rook is on a6.
Exactly.
Because I think the same position with the rook on a8, he probably stabilizes quite comfortably.
Yeah, I also think so. No?
Yeah.
So probably I had to play h5 first or some other moves. Yeah, because after bishop h3, I have to take with knight c5, queen c4. To be honest, I'm not sure what was his best defense. I thought knight g4 and queen e7 is natural, but maybe actually during the game I was not that sure that I'm definitely like better, but not so much somehow. It looks terrible for back after h5.
Yeah.
But after rook 8, I was going to play. Okay, not was going, but I was thinking that rook d6 is winning. But because if you take it, I take it on g6, and let's say, okay, knight e4 is a good move, unfortunately. But just no any other move. Yeah, b6, rook c6, but knight e4.
Specifically knight e4 works, yeah.
So if the move he will definitely play. Yeah, it's not the most tough move. Yeah, so if I rook h1, some kind of I have to, and I think what he played. Yeah, I think b6 is stupid, and just he had to play rook d8 at least to gain some line or something. Because if I play knight g4, I think now he can probably play g5 already, and yeah, somehow it's not that easy. Obviously, I'm better, but still very far from winning. Probably even with rook on a6, yeah, the position is foldable for sure. Because during the game, I didn't see where I could improve my position.
Yeah, watching once again, like there's the engine running, and to my shock, it says knight takes g4, queen takes c5 is stronger than knight takes g4, which is like
queen c5 here.
Yeah, it says queen c5 you're much better, and knight g4 it's less.
Ah, really?
Which it would never occur to me. Like, he just likes this endgame.
Okay, I mean, it's better, yeah, but and some queen d3 or...
Queen f3, queen f5, rook d7, I guess. Yeah, it's just very concrete, yeah. But, like, you never play like this. It's just impossible, I think, to go for this over the one that you...
Not that obvious. Okay, I mean, it's obvious it's better, but not obvious that it's better than after knight g4.
Exactly,
yeah. Especially if you say h5, it looks that knight will run into f5 anyway. Yeah, because I think b6 loses immediately. And unfortunately, I wanted to give a very cute mate after rook h6, but unfortunately, he has king g7. You know, because if he takes, it's queen g8.
Queen g8.
So I'm threatening queen h8 and knight g4, and let's say rook h7, I have queen h8, queen h7, knight g4, and queen f6 and f3. So during the game, I thought it's a very nice trick, but
yeah, apparently you're also winning up king g7. I think.
But I think just queen c1 was much easier. But
yeah, queen c1 is one nice move
because he has actually no defense from mate. Yeah, so just after king g7, somehow I need to. Okay, maybe still queen c1 is a move with winning, but it's such a pity that he doesn't win immediately because the mate is quite good. Yeah, and I think queen c1 So yeah, just now the fight is coming.
So this is the second time you've beaten him in the last week and a half, or
approximately.
Yeah. So how do you sort of? It seems like there's this kind of a traveling circus going from a Spanish Open to Spanish Open. How do you like the circuit? How are you liking Sitges in particular?
Well, actually, I think it's first year when I'm playing some opens in Spain, and I think it's very logical to play both of them because they're very close. And anyway, in December, there are not so many tournaments. And especially Llobregat was, according to all news, the most strongest open event in the whole year.
Mm-hmm.
And Sitges is just a very, very big festival with many different activities. So yeah, I thought it will be interesting.
Are you partaking in the activities? Have you played the ping pong tournament?
I was going. Probably I will play today. I'm not sure, but yesterday I was just watching.
So there's a ping pong tournament every day, or?
No, I think only yesterday and today. Also, I think tomorrow it will be table football.
Footballing. So let's switch to the important topics. Peter claims that you've watched every Marvel movie. Is that still an accurate statement?
Marvel, maybe. Not sure.
The Eternals? Have you seen The Eternals?
The Eternals. This one is the longest, yeah?
I haven't seen it, but I don't think anybody has.
3 hours something. No, to be honest, I'm not such a big fan of Marvels, so I didn't watch such movies like Eternals because they're very long and I'm not sure. I mean, it will be interesting only for Marvel fans.
Yeah, I lost track at some point. Like this, what's called Shang-Li and Doctor Strange 2. Like, I don't have the time anymore, Marvel. Like, give us.
Yeah, I watched Doctor Strange 2, but I still haven't seen Shang-Li. And I think Shang-Li is possibly better than Doctor Strange 2.
Actually, Shang-Li was quite good.
Okay, I really enjoyed it. Peter also claims that you spent an unreasonable amount of time, his words, not mine, playing FIFA. Is that true?
No, some kind of true.
No further questions. What are your plans for the rest of the tournament?
The rest of the tournament, well, to continue winning, maybe.
That's a solid plan, yeah.
But it's quite important for me to start well because recently it's such a bad period, and it's very important for me to win games and win many games in a row, which is very difficult right now. So yeah, I will try to keep my winning streak. We'll see how it goes.
Sounds like a solid plan.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in the ping pong tournament, especially.
Thank you very much.
We will be there cheering you on. Yeah.
We'll go on a very brief break because it's very hard to get set up again. We have to move 30 centimeters, and we'll be back in a couple minutes with more excitement from this fourth round. Hans, sounds better? It's completely better.
Yeah.
See you then.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see. I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David is finished.
Welcome back, everybody. Round number 4 of the Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, still in full swing. And Peter, you demanded we go straight to this
Absolutely,
position.
yeah.
What's going on?
Not the current one, but the one after move 35 specifically, because it's a very, very cute tactic was missed there, which really you cannot blame. Yeah, one ply prior. Yeah, before queen f2. The best move in this position is really quite spectacular.
Queen e1.
Yeah.
It's pretty.
Which I was, Mushin pointed out this, this out to me, and I thought, yeah, this needs to be shown to the audience because it's a very unusual tactic, I feel. And it's very difficult not to play queen f2 check, frankly. It's a good move. It saves the game, which was standing quite poorly for, I think, a vast majority of it for Karen Grigoryan, but he did miss what probably is a win after queen e1 in practical terms, I think.
What's going on now? Discover check, knight f5, but the g7 mating square is covered. So is g3 now.
Yeah, knight h6 already played. King h8.
King h8.
And Black is winning.
Black is winning now. Was wrong.
Yeah, instead of knight h6, the engine very calmly goes g3, g4, and says, "No worries, we're not getting mated."
Here we just have some checks, but
yeah,
the black
they
king
run
runs
out. Yeah, h6 is a very, very safe square for the king. So, yeah, black ends up winning this game, which constitutes a reasonably large swing in fortunes, considering that white, at least with best play, was definitely winning at some point.
All right, we have some other results. No surprises in the Svane Van Fore's game that ended peacefully after Svane missed one big chance. We've seen Kyrgios win. We've seen Kartikeya also trapping that queen here, b5, rook a1. I guess the last ditch effort was b4, but queen takes c6. It's a pretty good reply, giving checkmate.
So we currently have Kartikeyan on 100%, Kirill Alexeyenko on 100%. We assume Hans Niemann will win today, also bringing the 4 out of 4. That is 3 people. Grigoryan is 4. I'm doing well, yeah.
5 people, you called it. Yespenko won. He's not on 100%, but he did defeat his 1800 rated opponent, who once again played better than 1800, I would argue. But
yeah, it got off the rails quite quickly, and after Queen f3, he just decided
that he resign.
Queen f5 is a bit of an unpleasant threat, actually. Very difficult to parry. Rook e8, yeah, always pretty much ends the game. Yeah, Queen f3 is a very cool little move there by Andre, because Rook e8 already looks like it's winning, but Queen f3 is even stronger, I guess.
It just comes against anything. Okay, Adiban lost, as we've seen. Ivanchuk did not manage, and he didn't play very long. He went bishop takes e4
and just offered
a draw.
Yeah,
seen enough.
Fair enough. Yeah,
we have seen Korobov win, and Aryan Chopra also won his game against Irina.
Yeah, quite a picturesque final position where Black obviously launched some kind of a last-ditch attack on the White King, but the back rank issues prevent Irina from actually landing much of a blow there.
Chaz asking, is there a reason why Hans Niemann is sitting backside to the camera? The reason is he's white today. He's black. He faces the camera. But fortunately for us, sometimes he shows his face and turns around. Let's have a look at his game. That one's still going. The top clash has also ended peacefully. Wow, a lot of flurry of results here between Aravind and Yu Yang-yi. Hans shall not be denied.
Yeah, and I think the problem for Black is, there's a number of problems with this position, but I was trying to figure out exactly why bishop takes e4 and queen b7 loses immediately. I guess the answer, pretty much anything wins against it, but I think the most comfortable way to do it is to just play after queen b7, to play queen c7.
Which position are we talking about? Queen b7 here?
No, this probably loses to bishop b2. I mean, takes. Hang on. No, it was. Yeah, okay. Here, bishop b2 is pretty good.
So.
Yeah, I think it was two moves ago because the queen was on c1. Yeah, let's go back a blow. Yeah, if you do it here, yeah, takes, and queen b7. Yeah, I think the simplest is just to go queen c7, queen e4, and it looks like Black is maybe threatening some kind of a perpetual, but queen d8. Oh no, actually we're not threatening any perpetual. Yeah. Bishop c1, it's one check.
Very economic.
Yeah, very. Yeah. So Hans is completely in control. He is the pawn on d6 very often becomes a queen. He also has basically a mating attack once he establishes the long diagonal battery with the bishop on b2 and the queen on c3. So yeah, this game is not long for this world.
It's cruising. Hans Niemann, iChess TV. Thanks for the raid.
Yeah, seems like today could be despite this, I wanted to say on paper, but not even on paper. Legitimately, the longer the tournament goes, the closer the rounds become. But
a lot of bloodshed here in the time travel. A lot of games over. We'll stick around to see how Hans gets the job done.
Absolutely,
and we'll get the job done. Eating food. We need to eat more food.
Very important. Yeah, maybe today I will actually abstain from eating more food because that was a very filling lunch.
Wow. Amazing discipline.
Well, I'm saying that. I'm saying that, but then I will go and stuff my face during the dinner. Yeah. Poranik Sohachki will also finish. I think it's actually above 5. I will be closer than you, but I will also not get the number right because it feels like maybe there are even 6 people will be on 4 out of 4 today.
This is just winning for white.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, you would need a bishop on c6, but b6 that one doesn't do so much.
Yeah, there was a bishop on 6 a moment ago, but it was given up. It was on b7. Yeah. Okay.
It's given up for a mere pawn. But there was no defense already. so you can't move the knight away.
Yeah.
So this is about to end, probably. Might have ended by now, frankly. There's no way.
Yeah, there's
Continue the game.
Well, we currently aren't really threatening queen takes e5. Maybe we are. Yeah, there's no perpetual. We can take on e5 quite safely. So yeah, the round is actually coming to sort of an abrupt conclusion earlier than we have seen so far in this tournament. But
what are we going to do with all that free time? Maybe I'll finish White Lotus Season 2.
Yeah, maybe I'll get further into Homeland Season 7.
It's very important for us.
Yes.
Not to show our faces at the many fun activities they have here.
Absolutely not, no.
During the Sitges event. The point is being on site, but not talking to him.
That is the dream. It should, by rights, it should also include not talking to each other, but that we don't seem to be managing all that well.
I wouldn't call this talking to each other. Like you say some words and I say some words. We're not really listening to the other. So I think we're not guilty of that sin. Is that Jules Moussard? We haven't had Jules on the live boards for a while after he made 2 draws, but he's here.
It is Jules, checking out the remaining top game in progress, but it's not going well for Wahab Chanel there.
He looks unhappy, Mr. Chanel.
No, understandably so. Understandably so. Not a very good position to have to stare at.
Really once.
Also contemplating dinner.
Yeah, there's not much to do. What can you play? 95.
Yeah.
I mean, anywhere doesn't really solve any of your problems.
Yeah, very difficult to stop the bishop from appearing on b2 and just absolutely devouring everything.
Hans seems confident. Walking around.
Or sitting
back
down
in the chair. Seems to be his approach.
Yeah, chat informs us that Hans missed a certain tactical detail a bit earlier when he played knight c3, which would be...
We can go back a little. We missed a bit
move
of that.
33, I guess.
Scramble. Knight c3 is here.
And yeah, b5 apparently would have...
strong. He's still much better. But yeah, that seems like a better move.
What should have done instead of knight c3? Because that would imply that he had a much better choice here.
Knight e3, I'm sure is happier with, but it's always better for white, and of course, computers would put up steep resistance, but it looked like practically Hans was always.
Yeah, he was very much in control. Yeah, and he did find that f5 GF rook e1 sequence, which we were also pointing out was favored by our screen. Yeah.
c3 looks like Chanel is still hesitating to call it a day.
Yes, I think that was
just no good scenario.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. But yeah, no real counterplay. And yeah, the one source of counterplay I could think of was that idea of maybe getting queen to e4 and then starting to give some checks, but that is completely empty, doesn't actually do anything, as we've established since. What else is running? Must be something running.
Are you not entertained? Hans is getting up again. Is he wearing Jordans? I know you're a big sneakerhead.
Oh, yeah.
Show us the shoes, Hans.
None bigger than me. There really isn't very much running at all, yeah.
This is it.
Manuel Petrosyan is actually winning that Sicilian endgame that we were talking about earlier. But yeah, pretty much everything on the top 20 boards is done apart from that endgame and the Hans position, which we...
I don't think these are Jordans. Maybe we can zoom in, but I have my doubts. Getting closer. You can see a swoosh.
Yeah.
This might be Jordan ones.
We passed something called Sneaker Hub along in our walks today.
Was closed. That's one problem with Spain. They close stuff between, I don't know, 1 and 4.
Yeah, I very much, as someone who tried and almost succeeded in removing all the vowels from my Twitch name, I very much appreciated the effort that store went to.
Why don't you call yourself Pulpit?
Yeah, like I really should have. You like if you do something
small cup.
If you do something stupid like this, you have to go the full Monty and just remove every single vowel.
Why did you remove the vowels?
I was trying to be more anonymous on the internet.
Oh wow!
I don't think it worked, honestly.
So you were trying to be anonymous on your Twitter and Twitch.
Twitch mainly. Twitter does have vowels.
But it looks like you're doing well being anonymous there, no?
I was doing better 90 seconds ago, but I'm still doing okay, yeah. I'm not entirely dissatisfied with my efforts.
Good job by you. Come on, Vaha.
He drew today with black. Very decent result.
Oh, is that wordplay on you and you?
Yes.
Jules doesn't know what to do.
Is he playing another long game which will tilt him out of his mind, or
looks like he's probably playing there somewhere away from
is there a way to ascertain if Jules is playing a long game?
No, because he's not on one of the live ports.
Come on, Jules, why aren't you on one of the live boards?
How is enough points?
Yeah, that will put a dampener on proceedings. Who is he playing today? He's playing black against Istvan Boros.
Istvan Boros?
Yeah. Who we have had on the live boards earlier.
Sure.
Playing against, what was he playing against?
I don't know.
Dmitry Kolars. Game he ended up losing.
How's Vessel van Kessel doing?
Very important. Vessel van Kessel is on 1 out of 3, which I guess is a creditable result. More importantly, is there any way to find out how Mr. Dodgy is doing today?
He's currently at dinner, so probably asking him would be one way to find out.
We shall ask him then.
Oh, look at you. Having a way to get in touch with Mr. Dodgy.
It's very impressive. It is one of my life goals achieved.
Okay. We need a move, sir. Or resignation.
Yeah.
Those are the options.
One of those two things, please.
Just keep sitting there.
Maybe he's trying to BM Hans by letting his clock run out. Mr. Dodgy apparently triumphed today in a hotly contested game against a 1600 kiddo. Those are very dangerous.
Mr. Dodgy.
Yeah, those are very, very dangerous. I mean, absolutely no sarcasm intended there. Those are not the comfortable games of yesteryear.
No. Have you had many rough battles against 1600 kids, or where is that?
When I was
assessment coming from?
1600, I was. Why do you have to call me out on every single blatant lie?
If it made more sense, I would have to call you out less.
It's very difficult. Very, very difficult to handle this level of unbridled aggression, starting with your unprovoked attack on my sartorial choices today.
Wasn't an attack. I was complimenting your bravery.
That is a good way to describe it. Yeah, bravery is absolutely correct.
No bravery in my eyes anymore. Only sadness.
95
plate.
Yeah.
But probably this queen will move to a square.
Along the long diagonal, yeah.
Wrong? Is this the hope? No, it's also perfectly fine.
Yeah. There is no real hope here.
Cher is asking, where's the jacket from? Hans' jacket? Not sure. Or Peter's jacket. Which jacket are we debating?
Probably Hans's. It's from his suitcase.
Oh, famous suitcase. Yes, took around the world.
Absolutely.
What jacket is it? The Dodgers jacket? No, you're a US sports fanatic.
Oh, yes. I am a passionately involved in all of the sports ball.
Jules is back again. It does look like he's grinding some endgame. Okay, let's look at some lines. But there aren't that many lines to cover. Queen goes here. The queen cannot get touched. And the bishop comes here. And then we threaten queen h8 check, forcing the f-pawn to move, which we will take, or take here and win.
Yeah.
Let's say queen d8, should b2, f6. G takes f6. Not like other moves were bad. But
yeah.
You can resign with a very, very, very clear conscience.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, honestly, if knight d5 was the choice, I don't really see why we're continuing, because now really none of the white pieces can be challenged at all. At least like in the previous position, we could have taken something. Yeah. We would still lose, but we could at least
b2. None of it worked.
But now, yeah, the queen just stays on long diagonal, bishop b2 lands, and we resign. But we're not really sharply critical of move 95. There really isn't.
That's not stronger or worse than resignation.
Yep.
They're asking, is Chana suffering resistance? Yes, not for much longer. It's pretty much done. So give us the list of 100% people again. What clashes do we have in store tomorrow?
So currently we have Kirill Alexeyenko, who was briefly a guest in this studio on 4 out of 4. Samant Aditya, who has beaten Adiban, and Morley Kartikeyan, who won that game against Paul Felton. They will be joined by Hans.
India going strong.
They will be joined by Hans, Puranik, and that's it. So I actually got it right. Amazing.
Congratulations, sir.
I am the absolute best at the prediction business.
You should open your own oracle.
Yes. Punditry is in my blood.
I'm wondering what Hans is concerned about.
Yeah.
He spends time like putting the queen here. Looks pretty good. What's he thinking about? Knight g3? It should be 2.
Yeah, doesn't seem
keeps being good reply.
Doesn't seem to be very challenging. Yeah, I guess he has plenty of time and can, just enjoy having a very, very beautiful position where he's entirely dominant, but
does love the camera.
Sri Shirov says, oh, Abhimanyu Puranik is also playing. He is also from Pune. So Pune delegation is going very strong in this tournament so far.
Hans played queen d4, which is just as good. No. I like queen e5 better because...
And now it's only 5, actually.
So okay. It was surprising. The queen just got stuck there for a second. Sorry. Looks so much more natural not to even have to worry about this e-pawn ever moving. Not that it worked. Yeah, this is clearly the move you want to play. And now resigns is clearly.
Yeah, in particular now that Hans spent like 5 minutes on this move, which Wahab Chanel could have also spent, rechecking how hopeless the position is. It's time.
Still looks like he's
emotionally invested somehow.
Yeah, invested, calculating lines, but his king says differently.
Prove Yourself and Rise says, do people ever resign on the opponent's turn? It's rare, but it does happen. If, let's say, you make an obvious blunder, as is often actually the case.
Vishy did recently against Mohammad It was surprising. You should have waited. Mohammad spots it.
Yeah, and somewhat shockingly, in the post-game interview, Shak said he didn't see it. He probably would have found
it. He didn't have time to see it.
But the resignation was maybe slightly premature there. You can wait until the move lands. But yeah, you normally, as is often the case, you make a move, you press the clock. This is where it dawns on you that you blunder the rook in one move.
Then normally you get up and try not to show your despair.
Yeah.
No, but it happens. Also, sometimes your position is so hopeless, you just randomly decide.
Enough is enough, yeah.
I'll give up. But it's, I would guess less than 1% of the cases normally.
Yeah.
The opponent's move forces resignation. And 25 is as good a move for forced resignation as any.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I don't think Chanel is hearing our plea for him to let it go like Elsa.
Yeah.
And you watch the Frozen movies?
I think I've seen Frozen 1, but not Frozen 2.
Oh.
They came out a little bit too late for me to be absolutely forced to watch everything, because my kids have, by that point, have grown up a little bit too much.
I've seen it twice in the cinema. And then once with my daughter too.
Yeah. I've watched all the sort of classics of the previous era while the kids were still small, but now I miss stuff.
What's your favorite?
I don't really have an obvious favorite.
Mine's Tangled.
Up in blue. Yeah. What was that? Kubo? Was it called?
Not familiar. Kubo?
Yeah.
What's that?
But I think hang on. What's it called? Yeah, Kubo and the Two Strings. Yeah, that one.
That's a classic?
No, that's a different thing. Yeah, hang on. Is it? No, it is. Yeah.
Chad, has anybody ever heard of Kubo and the Two Strings?
Yes, people have.
It's very surprising to me.
Yeah, people are saying Tangled is good.
Tangled is excellent.
Jan's choice in taste and all of these things is impeccable, but Kubo is a good movie, and obviously the reason I like it so much is that it also features a rendition of "While My Guitar Gently Weeps," performed
that song I like. Just the other day,
Regina Spektor, and
I was looking for the Wu-Tang version on Spotify, and I couldn't find it. I was very upset. So they have a version called "The Heart Gently Weeps," and it wasn't on Spotify.
That is
Spotify. What's going on there?
That is very upsetting. Yeah,
I found the Beatles version, but who wants that?
Well, people who like Clapton.
They want the Beatles version?
Yes.
Only good Marvel movies are the Sam Raimi Spider-Mans, which aren't Marvel movies. I mean, it's complicated, obviously. Marvel character, but Fox holds the rights, so it's a complex debate. But yeah, Spider-Man 1 and 2, good movies.
Excellent. Did you like the Into the Verse thing?
I'm not emotionally attached to these characters. I don't want to spoil what happens, but the big reveal. I know you mean the comic book movie, the cartoon movie. Yeah, that one I thought was good.
Yeah, that wasn't bad at all. Yeah.
I thought we're talking the Far From Home or whatever it's called. No Way Home.
Yeah, I watched all of those on the flights last year. Yeah, because
gotta keep up with Peter Parker.
Yes,
always up to no good. Come on, Vahab.
Yeah,
it's enough. Look at the position.
Yeah, just look at it. Equal material, though. I think people are reluctant to resign positions with equal material. And by people, I mean normal people, not me. I got so much flack for resigning in that position against Sanan Sugirov in one of the Russian super finals. But just look at it. Like, it was just so horrible.
And he does resign.
There you have it.
Our strongly worded calls for resignation have been heard. There's just no defense should be two, and everything falls apart. Good job by Hans Niemann. Keeps cruising, as are some of the other favorites, like Kirill Alexeyenko. But Jorn van Forees and Yu Yang-Yi today had to give up their first half point, settle for a draw. So we will be back tomorrow with more top clashes in this Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival. It's a lovely tournament. If you want to stop by and take part in the activities, you should do it. In the meantime, of course,
install
our friends at Chessable. I can see 100 endgames you must know there on the screen. I will, probably tomorrow, keep working on my 100 Endspiele, die du kennen musst. German version of the very book, which is a useful exercise mainly for me, because I'm learning stuff about basic endgames that maybe I had once seen, but surely
I had a recent run-in with one of those endgames because one of my children actually has chess as his physical culture subject at the uni, and he had to basically, to get a pass for this semester, he needs to know how to give mate with the bishops.
2 bishops.
Yeah, and apparently it was giving him some trouble, but you have to understand he only really picked up chess like a year ago, and is basically playing bullet on his phone, which is his way of expressing his love for the game as one does. And at some point he collared me and said, you have to teach me how to give mate with the bishops, because otherwise I will fail PE. And then I left to do this commentary, so now he will fail PE, and things are very dire, as I now realized.
Yeah, that is tough physical exercise. You gotta centralize that king.
Yeah,
move the bishops 1 square at a time. Like, who has the strength?
Yes,
we do not have the strength, as you can see. We're fumbling that. To continue any further, thanks for watching. If you feel like, check out the new cooperation with the Norwegian Refugee Council, the Chess Solidarity Christmas, supporting refugees all over the world. We will be back tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. with more action from Sitges. See you then.
Absolutely.